Stop up for a second, sorry.
That's okay.
I want to make sure
That's Friday.
that.
We almost have everybody here. Where's David off? Are you one of the iPhones? Anybody heard from Dr. David off today? No?
All right.
Okay.
It's all yours.
All right. And we're unmuted. Welcome, everybody. I don't think then we have any directors online at this time. Hello to Mayor Gordon. Glad to have you back. Okay. Well, maybe I'll watch as well as you, Ange, for David off to show up.
And
I'm sorry. Oh, and Pike, yeah. All these people got on them. We assume it's fine. Okay. I'll start the meeting by acknowledging and respecting the Indigenous people within whose traditional lands we are meeting today. And I'll ask for a motion to adopt today's agenda. Thank you, Director Main, seconded Weatherhead. Of course, we've included 2 items from yesterday's meeting, director's reports and an AKBLG resolution. So those will be towards the end. Further edits or additions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we will go straight to Yev's presentation. Huh? Oh, David Off's here.
Yeah.
One moment.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can. We see you now. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, morning everyone, and welcome to the special budget meeting. This year we're doing 1 meeting rather than 2, so we'll probably have a little bit of a longer day, but we'll try to get through it just the best we can. So we've prepared a presentation that follows the agenda. So we'll go through the presentation where we get to points of discussion and a discussion can happen throughout the presentation. So Chair, what approach would you like to take as far as if somebody would like to speak or?
Well, by all means, put up your hand when you'd like to speak, and we'll keep a speakers list. I think for the first 3.1 to 3.4, that's before we get into the service specific questions. Ask questions as we go, unless you're seeing we're getting caught up in something. Once we get past there and we get into the actual services, we'll take again questions as we go. We do have a motion template, I believe. Were you able to pull that? Okay. So if anyone wants to propose motions, we'll make sure we get that template to you, and we'll be moving motions for any changes to what's in this draft. I think that's how we're doing it. Yep. Okay. Work for everybody. And just if you can help me with time, because I don't know how long each presentation is. So you notice we're not getting too far along. Give me a nudge and I'll work with everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, thank you, Chair. The online meeting agenda, this is just a copy from your agenda package. And so we'll start. So a bit of a preamble. So again, this is this financial plan is still in a draft stage. So we're still working on year-end adjustments and allocations, including several conversations with the auditors. So that will have an effect on items such as prior year surplus carry forwards. And some services still have additional reviews planned at director and commission levels over the coming weeks. And as well, we'll be participating in public information sessions, which will potentially have some impact on the budget.
Sorry, 1 second.
trying to get online to see this, and your public Wi-Fi doesn't hook up, so I was trying on my phone.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
And as a reminder, in the budget package, the 2024 draft column, which in the actual column is still, it's not final, so we're still working on those, numbers. And further to the chair's mention about a example motion, so we copied one from the 2024 budget meeting. So basically, this says that the board directs staff to increase transfer from reserves or whatever the account might be from the Kootenay transit service, or whatever the service might be, from this amount, and then reduce the requisition accordingly. There might be cases where we're not reducing requisitions, we're increasing contribution from reserves or transfer from reserves, but anyway, we can with this template certainly get through those creating group motions.
I just need to write that down for a minute. Yeah, sorry.
Sure.
So Chair, point of process, I guess, can this be posted in chat so we can copy and paste it or email to us so we can use it?
I will do that. Yeah,
Okay,
I will do that.
thank you.
I'm writing it down right now. Sorry. It's you've got it? Okay, Aiden's got it. McLaren Co's got it. Thank you. They're gonna call everybody by their first name. Sorry. Yeah, please continue.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So as this is a public budget meeting, we're gonna go through some items that the directors are very much well aware of, but we just wanna share some main points regarding the budget process, how the regional district functions, and as well how assessments and taxation work. We're not going to go into the same details we do in public budget meetings, but at least we'll cover some of it today. So the way the budget review process works, we of course have today's budget review meeting, which will cover mainly some of the core services, emergency planning, and as well as bus transit, which is added. Then we have committee and commission levels to cover parks, recreation, utilities, resource recovery, etc. Local service committees in Preston and Caslow, and then as well as directors and participants in other meetings. So a fairly complex or approach. This process started, I would say, in October. So I would say we're well into the four figures of the number of peak person hours put into putting this budget together. Next slide. So public budget meetings have all been scheduled. There is, we put out a poll, as all the directors are well aware. There's virtually zero flexibility in this budget. This fit the everybody's schedule exactly. So we've got the meeting schedule, location scheduled, and time scheduled. And those should be in everyone's calendars and available on our website calendar, as well as in this presentation here.
Yeah, can I just ask you directly, are
Sure.
we putting these in the newspaper and whatnot? Where are we advertising?
Yes.
Okay.
They're in the newspaper, they're on our Facebook site, so they are being advertised.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And then the final approval of the budget comes on March 20th at the regular open board meeting, which is the final opportunity for the board to make changes or recommend changes to the budget before adoption. Okay, RDCK Services 101. So quick overview of services. So there's about 180 services in the regional district, ranging from very small ones to large services. Each service has its own budget and funding. We can't move surpluses from one service to fund a deficit in another service. That's one of the major differences between the regional district and the municipality. We basically have 180 different funds. And services are funded with property tax requisitions, ranging from a few defined properties, for example, a water utility, to one of our littoral areas, for instance, regional resource recovery, to the entire regional district, for example, S100. And services are fully costed, including their share of general admin and other shared overhead costs. And I should also mention that we cannot budget a deficit in a service. And we also, any surplus that's created in the service is carried forward into the next year and is available to use in that service. Okay, how are property taxes calculated? This is often an area where there's some confusion. So each service we budget for at the service level, create the required funds to fund that service, and the level tax requisition required to fund the service. And completely separate from that, separate entity, DC assessment, provincial entity, comes up with the property assessment values for each property. And then we take the required requisition and divide it by 1,000, and then that comes up with the times the assessed value for each property, and that'll come up with the property tax for each property for each service. Okay, we'll get into a little bit of numbers here regarding assessment changes. I should say 24 to 25. So that the headings haven't changed here anyway. So we're looking at a total assessment change of 5.2%, which is on average is a bit smaller than previous years. And then we have a market and non-market change. So market change is basically the change in assessment value driven by market valuations, basically demand for properties. And non-market change is due to new construction, for instance, subdivisions, renovations, new homes, add to the assessment base for an electoral area or a municipality. So fairly, on a percentage basis, fairly significant this year. About almost a third of the assessment change is due to new builds or renovations. This is a graph that we show every year. Basically, it's the annual assessment change per electoral area and municipality. The blue bars show the annual change, the 1 year change. So that's 25 over 24. We have anywhere from a -6 to almost a +11 change. So about a 72% difference there. But over a 9 year period, which are the not average over the 9 year, which are the orange bars, the range is much smaller. So over a longer period of time, we revert to a smaller variance, and which ranges anywhere from about 5 to 11, so about 6% difference. So looking at any 1 year doesn't necessarily reflect over the longer term.
I just realized Director Lund's not here.
She will be online too.
She will be online? Okay. Is Director Fike? Hold on.
No, it doesn't.
No, okay, thank you. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, so this next slide is part of the financial plan package that is available on the website. This is the assessment and taxation summary. So it includes the change in assessments on the left-hand side, and then towards the right-hand side where we get down to the taxation for each area and municipality, or the regional district portion for the municipalities. So the average overall change for property owners 24 to 25 in the regional district is currently in the draft budget 7.9%. But that ranges from anywhere from a 0.5% upwards to a 15.8% increase, depending on the area in which you live. There's several factors that will drive that, those changes. Part of it comes from what's called an assessment shift. So if one area's assessment values increase more than in others, they're going to take a larger share of taxation of shared services, for instance, general administration or waste services. So that could provide a factor. Any new services will also impact that change. For instance, Area D has a new first responder service that is impacting its increase. Changes in service levels, inflation, are also factored into that.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask a question. Back to that slide there. I'm just checking. You don't have anyone on chat. So I think the previous screen was the 23 to 24, and this is the 24 to 25.
Sorry, the previous screen was misleading. That's 24 to 25. They're all 24 to 25.
Oh, okay. So this is, oh, I'm getting the difference now. The previous was assessment. This is taxation. Okay.
Yeah. Well, this has both assessment and it has taxation.
Okay.
So change in assessment from 24 to 25, and then change in taxation 24 to 25.
Okay. Any other questions so far? Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, we'll jump into some of the details regarding 2025 plan. First, we'll start with an overall outlook. Again, we're looking at a 7.9% increase on average for 25 over 24. And that's in the current version, which is the February 20th version of the draft budget. We did a bit of a survey with other regional districts and some municipalities, and this falls in right in the middle of the range of those. Most were looking at about a 7 to about 9% increase that we spoke with. So in range and in line with other local governments. The 46.3 million in total in requisitions for 2025 is actually $300,000 lower than we had budgeted for 2025 in the previous year. So we're basically in line with our prior budget as a whole. Of course, there are differences service to service, but overall it's in line with what we budgeted last year. CPI increase for staff salaries and director stipends is 3.3%. There's still a minor catch-up component from prior years because we used a 2-year average to calculate the CPI, which basically smooths it going up, but it also smooths it going down. Decreasing interest rates are reducing interest charges on short-term loans, but also reducing investment income. And as many of you are aware, the other thing what's happened though is on some of our longer-term loans, which reset basically every 10 years. If though we had some of our rec services reset. And 10 years ago, for getting loans long-term loans at 1.5%, 2%, those reset this year at close to 4%, and that's having a considerable effect on some of our budgets that do have longer-term loans. We're also continuing work on implementing our asset management plan. Which is a growing requirement under several grant streams, primarily community works. There will be a request and a report later for a new asset management specialist position, which is planned to start in Q2 of this year. Next slide, talk briefly about some challenges and opportunities I'm sure many of you are aware of and that we are monitoring fairly closely. First one is trade disputes, including tariffs and counter tariffs. This could lead to increased inflation, driving up procurement costs, a potential slowing of economic activity, which could lead to a reduction in revenue items such as building permit fees, waste disposal fees, and recreational user fees. And if we get into a more severe economic downturn, that could have even wider effects on the regional district. Fluctuating Canadian dollar is also could lead to increased inflation and procurement costs for the regional district. So I think it hit 20 years low a few weeks ago, has bounced back a little bit. It could go any number of ways. Potentially a new federal government coming this year, so uncertain what that impact is right now, but it could have some on the regional district. Also artificial intelligence, so that's advancing fairly quickly, anybody who's following that. So we're currently seeing some limited, although successful use of the regional district, mainly helping to create reports and summarize reports and other documents. And we need to, of course, be mindful of accuracy and privacy concerns. And we're beginning work on an AI strategy, including staff training components.
We have a question from Director Tierney.
Yeah, is this the presentation you're giving to the public?
Yes, so this will be part of the public presentation as well, the individual sessions.
Yeah, so it should be pretty accurate. The last slide, 46.3 million is 200,000 less than 46.5. It's not 300,000. Just if we're trying to be accurate with the demonstration.
Okay, yeah. Might have been a likely, yeah, there's a rounding error there. We'll fix that up. Thank you. Any other questions on this slide?
Not seeing any, we're good on chat. Thank you, go ahead.
So can you share the ads? The clicker is not working, so.
It's working online, but for some reason these screens. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, we have a frozen screen.
No.
It's okay now? That's great, it's not moving.
That one's not moving.
Give me 1 second here, please. Now, yes, Keisha.
That looks like
Oh,
it
sorry,
changed.
just a moment. Try again.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll start with the core services. So S100, General Administration, is a service that all municipalities and electoral areas pay into. So it includes corporate administration, finance, IT, human resources, CEO's office, and municipal directors. So mileage rate by CRA, set by CRA, increased a couple cents on January 1st. The year-over-year requisition increase of 27%. This equates to about a $13 increase for a $650,000 home in the regional district. So we'll go through a few components of S100. First one is corporate administration, which is has a fairly wide umbrella, including bylaw policy and development, looking after elections, legislative matters, insurance risk management, contract management, fleet management, maintenance, administrative staff, the meeting coordinators, transit, communication, and grant coordination. It's one major capital item that's looking after this year is $138,000 for the roof replacement on the south side of this office. The north side was done, I believe, a few years ago. And $135,000 for fleet vehicle replacements, which both items will be funded from reserves. Main projects are listed there. I won't go through them all. But, you know, basically a website, various reports, and directors code of conduct, and some transit and grant funding work to be done.
Yep, can I ask about the website process? I know we delayed it a bit during the pandemic and then we started it up again.
Okay, oh, Michael?
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Are you, looking for an update on when the website launches?
Yeah, just where we're at with it, and are we good with the budget, any changes?
Budget is good, and we should be launching within a few weeks. We can't give you an exact date
Okay,
yet, just because we're working through some final budgets, but we should be launching the website very soon.
and then in terms of the project being listed as a 2025 project, is that just because it's launching in 2025?
No financial impacts.
Okay, and sorry, I see David off as well. Director David off, you have a question?
Yeah, so I just wanna understand, what we're gonna do now. Are we gonna look at the individual sheets like S100 sheet, or do I ask the question now?
Is the S100 sheet in your presentation, or should we just ask questions as we go through these services?
It's not in the presentation, you could ask questions, every budget is available. If there are questions on it.
Yes, go ahead, Director David off. We're now in the F100 budget sheet, so that is this tiny printed one.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So my question is that, we've had a substantial lift from 2024 to 2025, from 1.9 million to 2.45 million. And I think I understand why, but then I see a lift from 25 to 26, 2.4 million to 3.8 million, for requisition. Is that because we're burning reserves, or can you explain that? I think I understand it, but I really would like clarity as to why we're having, these really big lifts in requisition 24, 25, but the one from 25 to 26 is massive. So can you explain that, please? You have through the chair.
Through the chair, yeah, so one, the major items is we have surplus this year that, in the budget that we're not forecasting to flow into next year. There's also a $260,000, transfer from reserves from prior year surplus that this board directed us to use over 3 years. So, that is in the 2025 budget. So between those two items, there's about $1.1 million that make up the bulk of the difference between 25 and 26.
Supplemental, Director? Go
Yes,
ahead.
supplemental, thank you, Chair. Yeah, and I looked at all the reserves for S100, and thank you for sending those out with the package of materials you sent. So we're looking at all those reserves. Now, those reserves, there's in S100, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's like 15, 16 reserve funds. Those reserve funds are all in S100. Are they statutorily required to be in for example, the General Administration Stabilization Fund, or can we use any of these reserves for any purpose in S100, because it would not be a transfer to another service? Through the chair.
I can take that one.
Mhm.
Through the chair, Director Davidoff, the only statutory reserve, if you want to call it that, that's guided by a bylaw is our the administrative and equipment reserve that's in there related to the building. So when the regional district moved into this building, the building on Vernon Street was sold, and the proceeds from that building went into that reserve. That's what started that reserve back when that building was sold. So that reserve is guided by a bylaw, and that's where the funding for asset management for this building goes into. So I think it's sitting at about $600,000 plus or minus. So that one is the only one that needs to be used for a specific purpose. The only other item I'll mention, it's not statutory, but we have set up a relatively robust vehicle replacement reserve around asset management for our vehicles. And we only use that to replace vehicles, so there's no impact on year-to-year taxation regarding vehicle purchases, so it doesn't spike and go up and down based on the purchases there. But everything else in there technically could be used for any purpose, although we do have the reserves labeled for the purposes they were set up for. but not legislatively or statutory or by bylaw.
So Chair, I will defer to other people if they have questions on this. I do have one more question on the reserves.
Okay, and I've got Jackman. I just want to clarify one thing. When you're looking at the reserves here, you have several grants in here that cannot be transferred based on the grant requirements. Like COVID, growing communities, climate action. Those are very specific, so they can't be used in general, correct?
Yeah, through the chair, the COVID restart funds that's remaining there, that $32,000, that's relatively loose. You know, we have expenses related to being accessible online for directors and the public. So the costs related to our Zoom licenses could be covered by those funds, for example. So they're relatively loose. The Growing Communities Fund, the board has specifically identified that amount to go to asset management work. So from the board's perspective, you've directed that one specifically go to anything related to asset management. Yeah.
And the climate action reserve, is that LGCAP?
Yes, through the chair, that's LGCAP.
So that's also defined by its criteria.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Director Jackman, I just wanted to clarify those.
Oh, Chair.
Over to you.
Oh, Chair, I did have one more question and
Yeah, you indicated you would go to the rest of the directors and we'd come back to you.
oh, yeah, that's fair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jackman.
It's on a similar vein and it's a little complex because of the way you use S100. So reserves in general, I'm trying to wrap my head. I guess we have 600 million in assets, 50 million in reserves, less than 10%. We're not holding too much money. We're holding it in the wrong place for the wrong reasons, I think. Asset management fund will fix that. But I think what Director Dave outlined in the meeting at in part was we show a $298,000 contribution reserve in this fiscal, and assuming maybe I'm wrong, is that going to go to the stabilization reserve, which is already 471,000? Is that a necessary contribution to the stabilization reserve this year, or should that be used to offset taxation? If we do one at a time, if that's easier.
But through the chair, the 298 does not have any stabilization contribution in there. That's $135,000 to the IT reserve, which the board has approved as part of that asset management, $100,000 to the building reserve for this building that the board's previously approved, and then the remainder is the contribution to the fleet vehicle reserve.
Okay, perfect. And then following that, this flows nicely because the IT reserve, years back, we spent, I think it was 300 grand to replace our main servers, duplicate servers, we have all this data, we have to store this, we have to time to replace it again. Cost of hardware might go down a lot. Instead, now we're paying huge future licensing fees for cloud storage. So have we recalculated what we need in that IT reserve? I see some of it being used for bits and pieces, computer stuff. But do we have a current calculation of that number you just, sort of ran off through things? Do we have a justifiable rationale for putting, say, 100,000 in the IT reserve this year? Will we ever replace and have dual servers? Are we going to look completely different in 5 years? Can we get an updated number on that, or do we have a little number?
The chair, will defer to you on that if that's something you and Dwayne have talked about.
Yeah, through the chair, that number is still relatively current. I don't see it increasing or decreasing. We still, as we move to the cloud, that is the future. But our data center, we're looking at a replacement in 2 or 3 years. Hopefully it'll be of a smaller size. But having said all of that, hardware, the price of hardware is not actually going down. You're getting more power for, the same money, but laptops we're buying now at $1,400. We used to buy them at $900. So it's a better laptop, but you don't want to buy a $900 laptop because it doesn't have the service or reliability that you need. So we're going through some replacement projects, and that IT reserve is not only directed towards hardware. As we move to the cloud, and as I'll present a report later today, there's often fairly high implementation costs to move our systems to the cloud, so that those reserves there are also able to offset those costs.
So next year, I guess we'll hear that from a couple who had chair. I was wondering about the same thing for GIS. The GIS is equipment intensive, data intensive, And hopefully by next year, we'll offset some of these high licensing fees, but maybe less contribution reserve to what it was for hardware. And it's always a way to get a cheaper vehicle and not the biggest, best current vehicle. There's gotta be a way to get a cheaper data storage hardware unit instead of buying the best one that's 10 times bigger than you. If I could just a little more than, I'm getting nervous about growing communities, maybe unnecessarily, because there's a lot. And I thought there was deadlines on when we spend it. I was kind of surprised. I love the way that you guys outline how many places we're holding money for growing communities. We're gonna run out of time. If you could tell us if there's a couple of these that maybe we need to reallocate the money, or are we safe that we're not gonna have to refund the growing communities funds?
Through the chair, you have to confirm that, but I thought it was just that it had to be allocated to a service by the end of last year. And once it's been allocated and it's sitting in the reserve there's no timeline on
I
spending
think
it.
it's 5.
Is it 5 years?
Through the chair.
No, they're 5 years, so that's.
And then the final question, Director Dave, about the regretted ego. Is there any ideas from staff as to how we can soften this blow? There's always staffing gaps, and it's a dangerous thing to say, okay, the staffing gap and defer, but we do sometimes. Sometimes it's staffing, like I started looking through the grants. There's a few $1 million of grants that are free money, except they require 1.2 FTE to state handle this, 0.05 FTE to do that. Given our conversations recently about new work versus just core work, are there any opportunities on the general admin side where we can hold off, take a deep breath for this year anywhere? Are there any potential savings in general admin that can be offered? Because we've seen those from time to time every year. Or is it already in?
Through the chair, there is some that's already in there, you know, the budget's had a hard look. That being said, I need to come back to that as I think through it.
It's fair, sure, after public presentation, I think we'll all, only one main meeting like this, after public presentations, we might have some ideas to email in, so.
I think it's important to, it's a good time to just remind ourselves that when it comes down to the March board meeting, any changes we want to see, especially if they are our own services, email those in well in advance of the March board meeting. If you have services where you have a partner or several partners, work that out with your partners in advance of the March board meeting so that whatever's in the budget on that day, you've already worked it out with your member partners on that. So that's a general budgeting guideline. You can email that in, just make sure you include whoever is part of that service. If it's a service that's covered by a committee, you don't do that outside the committee. So just some general guidelines that yes, post-budget public meetings, and this one we're likely, I've already got stuff in here that I've asked to change that hasn't been done yet, only because of everything we're doing, so I know it'll occur. So sorry, Director Davidoff, we will come back to you, but that was a good reminder on the process. We've got Graham as well. Davidoff, do you want me to come to you at the end then, or do you want your question now?
No, I'll defer to others. I will defer to others as long as we know how many questions we can ask. If it's 1 and a supplemental or 3, as long as it's I don't know. I deferred to Jackman, but I know he asked some of my questions, so that worked out okay.
I'm just going with gauging the timeline, but I'll go to Graham for now.
Thank you. So through the chair, and maybe this was explained before, but I don't remember. So can we understand why we need $470,000 in general administration stabilization?
So through the chair, we might want to give, I don't know if you can speak to the entry that hasn't been made yet for that. Because there is a stabilization entry that the board directed as part of the budget last year. So I think that 470 might be a little bit higher than the year-end balance will be. But to Director Graham's question, that was in the stabilization reserve was instructed by the board last year to be used over a 3-year period. So I believe at the budget presentation, it was $700,000 or something in that range, and the board directed for equal installments to be used over 3 years to try to smooth out any taxation increases. So that was board direction last year, but that board direction can change based on what the board decides this year.
Supplemental or?
Well, supplemental, just when we're looking at a 27% increase here, that we might want to consider doing that.
So those are the kind of things that as we go along, we're gonna, if you can track that, we can move motions at any time. And then there'll be discussion on the implications of doing so if we do that, but that's where we have that motion template. Yeah, if you want to respond and then we'll go to McFadden.
Yeah, through the chair, just, I got received confirmation that, that 470 doesn't include the entry for 2024 yet, so about 250,000 will be the entry, so will be about 220 left once that year-end entries have been made, remaining the stabilization.
McFadden, or are you good, Graham? We can come back to you. Okay, go ahead, Director McFadden.
Yeah, just a general thought for the day is, because we've already run into it once going through our transit budgets, is that every time you use anything to offset taxation, including surplus, it will catch up to you. And so I have extreme caution with what Director Jackman was talking about, is that I already get red flags when I hear that we are using surplus to offset what we need. In my opinion, surplus should always be used for one-time costs. And that should be something like capital or something like that, and never for your operating expenses, because it will catch up to you the next year. Whatever you're using, you actually have to do that, plus whatever the normal increase would have been that year to make it up. And that's how you end up with numbers like this, where you have big 20% or, transit. You hear everyone upset about transit when we did that meeting, talking about, oh, well, because you used your surplus, you used these money to offset increasing it last year. So now you have last year's increase and this year's increase that you have to deal with this year. And so I say that to be careful that we might be able to make it less this year, but deeply think about the impact that on next year and the year after that, because they're all the same taxpayer. And so they might be ticked at you this year, but they'll be even more ticked next year if it's double. So just be careful that we don't make short-sighted decisions as we look through what money we might be able to save. And there might be places we can save, but I just say that to make sure that, so I've seen it happen more than once at this table, that it's not smart to make short-term decisions that are gonna have long-term impacts that negatively affect our taxpayers. Okay.
And it's a good point, and I learned that with transit, because when we did that last year, we were like, do we need reserves? How's capital? That's what we asked. We gapped on asking, wait, this is gonna jump our operational next year. So I learned that one this year. Although I already knew it, I just forgot. So it's an important one. When we did the stabilization recommendation originally, it was to smooth it out so it didn't have that jump. So that is exactly the kind of perspective we took at that time. Again, here we are, we can change anything at any time. So Newell, and don't worry. Oh no, I had someone before Newell. Okay, Newell, go ahead. And David Off, you're still there.
Is the transfer from other service, i.e. general admin fee, are we comfortable with where it's at right now? In other words, are the other services contributing enough to cover I know it doesn't make any difference in overall taxation, but just in general terms and looking at the increase over the next 5 years, et cetera, are we comfortable with that? I can't remember if we rejigged it or when we last rejigged it or, so anyway, just thought I'd throw it out while we're here.
Yeah, through the chair, we're following the direction from the board, I believe given in 2017 or 18. So there's a document about how we're to do those calculations. We're still following the same method. It's updated every year. There's new positions added. They're included in it. So that doesn't mean we shouldn't revisit it, and maybe at some point we have a look at it and since it's been about 7 or 8 years, so that could be something we address this year. The IT fee, which I was going to talk a bit about later, we did change how we do that calculation. So if you look through all the services, there's been some large changes in their IT fees, either up or down. So we used to use a model based on the number of workstation counts.
Yes.
And I used to work in the old days when everybody worked in the same office and had their own workstation, but in a hybrid work environment where we have many staff working at home using their own computers or we have shared systems. So we changed it to more a per user fee based on their level of Microsoft 365 licensing. So we have some people who have full gamut, and others just have an email, and others in the middle, and we use that. Then we combined it with our actual payroll data to see where everybody works, and prorated all of that and their licensing to come up with what I think is a very fair and reasonable idea.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Director Davidoff. And then and again, we don't have any motions at this time, but I think we have asked staff to consider where could we reduce this. Vandenberg?
The point process, are we going to finish the presentation and then open this up again? You're encouraging a motion, but we're not even done the presentation yet.
So because we're gonna go by service currently, if you want a motion for general admin, which is what we're in right now,
Right.
this is when we would do it. It doesn't mean that when we get to the end of all of the presentations, we don't go, hey, wait, let's go back to that.
That wasn't my question. My question is, we are in S100.
We're in S100.
We haven't completed the presentation yet.
Oh, yes, sorry. If you want to keep going, I was trying to honor the questions, but yeah, do you have more in S100 to present?
Yes, so
Okay.
we talked about.
Thank you, Vandenberg. Davidoff, we will not lose that you're there, but Vandenberg makes a good point. Let's get the S100 presentation complete.
Next we'll talk a bit about human resources. Staff recruitment has been very variable over the last few years. So basically some of the main factors driving recruitment is the general limited availability of affordable housing. It continues to impact our ability to attract workers, especially from outside the area, even though they are highly qualified to do the work. And there's also a high expectation for wages and compensation. We've seen fairly large increases in both public and private sector for basically all wage categories and positions. HR initiatives for this coming year include a strategic staffing initiative, including succession planning, some bargaining, DEI strategy, updated to include the mental health strategy, leadership development, and a potential organizational review, which a report will be presented later today outlining that, and as well as the associated work activities around that organizational review. Okay, IT, which we talked a bit about briefly. I'll make one comment to Director Jackman about opportunities to not spend on hardware. So in 2024 budget, I think we had about a $35,000 or $40,000 capital cost for a new sort of tertiary or third level data storage. We did a bit of analysis and were able to find basically it's an archive storage facility in the cloud, which we're paying a few $1,000s a year for. And so we have grasped on opportunities as they become available. So some of the main items: continued migration to the modern workplace utilizing Microsoft 365. So we started that last year. And so we're moving to task and project management functionality, looking at the SharePoint migration project, supporting that, which was talked about at the January board meeting. And a big component of this is staff training. Cybersecurity initiatives include implementing a formal cybersecurity governance framework, work on cybersecurity awareness training for directors and staff, and continuing to improve our cybersecurity posture. A lot of our cybersecurity is driven by our cybersecurity insurance requirements, which become more detailed every year. And so we at least meet that or exceed that in order to qualify for cybersecurity insurance. We've got a couple of projects for that will use some of that reserve funding, basically offsetting the contribution this year, so $120,000 for continued desktop, laptop requirements for staff, and some hardware upgrades also required. Network upgrades, sorry. Continuing with IT, continued work with internal and external business units, developing an IT strategic plan, including some AI elements, and would also include, again, to Director Jackman's questions, our longer term strategy about most of the cloud hardware requirements, external file sharing, supporting implementation of the DC permit hub system, improving our EOC system resiliency. One of our risks is we're fairly tied to our facility at the Pink building. And so we want to move to have the capacity to be able to have that EOC function from anywhere and everywhere. And then also supporting the move from on-premise to cloud-hosted version of Unit 4, which will be reported about later. And another item of note, which is part of the increased requisitions that we see, is the regional district used to provide or is providing IT services to the town of Preston. We have that will cease to exist probably in Q3 of this year, so that's a loss of about $150,000 of revenue to the regional district. And then I talked about the IT fee allocation, fee change. And the other note about IT is many of our maintenance and support agreements, the annual increases far exceed what's in inflation. We're seeing 10, 15, 20% increases in some of our licensing, maintenance, and support fees. Basically the option to move to another provider is limited because it is a high cost to change from one platform to another, and the other providers are also increasing their fees as well. Any questions on IT?
So we got Vandenberg, Lockwood, and then we still have David off on the list. Vandenberg, go ahead.
Thank you. Trying to reconcile the 27% increase, objectively taking a look at all that is being laid out. I appreciate it, yeah. So my question is around what is the bulk, the top three expenditures that increased that 27%? I would expect that we're moving a lot of data to cyber. We're looking at a lot of preventative maintenance and training around cyber. We're adopting an AI strategy, which in my mind ought to reduce a lot of workload and work time. I'm not sure when we're going to see that being reflected. I think that's a good conversation to have. The whole data migration piece, I wonder about a $1,400 laptop, don't need it anymore. $900, as long as you can work with Microsoft, gets a lot of it done. AI is assisting in a lot of ways. You're migrating data off of a hard drive into a cloud. Sort of that balance to be able to say, if this is where we're spending 27% increase, when do we see the benefits of this proactive way of thinking? And then you touched on, I just realized it, and I'm sorry for being long-winded, that you have a BC permit hub system. I didn't even know that was, and so I had to use my AI to find out what that is, which is really cool because it's a way of streamlining our building permitting within the province. Didn't know that was there before, and I really think in terms of customer service, that's really important. So back to my original question, 27% increase. What's the top three heavy lifters in this? And with what you're planning on doing for the future, make me feel better that these costs won't continue, even though we don't see the 5-year plan. We should have some reward in all this. Otherwise, what are we doing?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, through the chair, I think where, AI is moving fairly quickly and advancing fairly quickly, we're not at a state to say, these are the costs we can reduce. So we see the opportunities that are that are coming. I think where we're at right now, and there was a discussion yesterday's board about, we've got, I don't know, 175 items on the quarterly report of items outstanding. So the use of AI enables us to, I think, chip off some of those faster than we otherwise would have been able to. Getting to, if we're, I mean, personal opinion, somewhere between the next 3 to 10 years, we're going to see maybe some of those larger cost impacts where and opportunities where AI will take a greater both I guess managerial and administrative workload, reduce that workload off the organization, but we're not there yet. And moving to the cloud has a cost to it, and as we'll see, and the savings of the cloud sometimes do offset what it costs us here on-prem. For instance, storage, much cheaper on the cloud. Moving applications to the cloud is not always cheaper. We're moving our ERP to the cloud. It's basically going to cost us an extra $100,000 per year to have that on the cloud. Are we going to realize $100,000 a year cost savings at our data center? No, there will be some reductions, but not to that level. We did thoroughly analyze what sort of laptop we should be buying. We, reached out to various other users and organizations, and once you get sort of below that $1,000 level, you don't get the service reliability, 3-year warranties, and other support features that are available with the spending a few $100s more per laptop. And as far as cybersecurity is an increasing threat. I read a report yesterday that incidents increased by 20% last year over the previous year. So I don't think we were in a position to scale back. We did a bit of assessment. We are better than the average local government, but we are not at the level some other local governments are at. So we, are always sort of balancing that decision, but, where do we want to be at and how much do we want to spend? Because besides our employees, our information and data is actually one of our most valuable resources.
So do you have more? I've got
Just supplemental, so I'm hearing cost of labor and cost of IT. Is there main drivers of the 27%? Is that what I heard from you?
IT I wouldn't say is a main driver. We have to go line by line. Labor is
6.5 folks.
Yeah, is a chunk of it, which includes IT, but yes, the contracted services, our license and permit fees increase, a good chunk of that, probably $100,000 of that is related to IT.
Thank you, and I can do the rest of the background stuff. Thank you.
So I've got Lockwood for the first time, and then we'll go David off Grant.
Thank you, through the chair. So in here, it says that we're losing $150,000 from the town of Creston in the third quarter. So we're 3/4 of the year in, but we're gonna support the transition. Is that, and I'm not picking on the town of Creston, because, and the reason I'm asking is because it's a service agreement with the town of Creston, which the RDCK has service agreements with multiple municipalities. So I'm trying to learn how this happened. I don't see where that 150 is in here as an agreement. I'm just wondering, is that one staff member in IT?
Through the chair, no, it's not, because that $150,000 is not one person providing $150,000 of service, it's 7 people plus the organization as a whole providing $150,000 of service.
Okay,
Um,
okay, so where would I find it if I was to look in this S100? Where do you find agreements that you have with different municipalities? Where would it fall under? Because I would think it would be income.
Yeah, through the chair, it's in external contributions and contracts.
Thank
So
you.
you see 2024.
I did not
draft
see the word
actions.
contract, thank you.
So, yeah, so external contributions and contracts, those two numbers there, 88,281. You see that in 2024 actuals, that's
Yeah.
the contract with the West Kootenay Boundary Hospital District. And then the 159,994 would have been the town of Creston amount. And you can see as we go out, total 172 in 2025, and then drops to 83, which is just the hospital board come 2026.
Thank you.
Supplemental, or that was
No.
your question? Okay. We will go back to Director Davidoff. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, next time I'll try keep my spot in the queue and do some additional comments, but I will try to be brief. So I have a follow-up on the IT question, and then I want to go back to reserves for my supplemental. So the loss of the 150 of annual revenue, are we going to be reducing staff because we no longer have to expend the our human resources to support the services agreement with Creston? Will there be a staff reduction commensurate with the reduction in the loss of revenue? Through the chair.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Director Deva. No, we're not planning to do right now, to do that. Currently, the issue is there is some economies of scale with this service agreement. So we had have an IT or capacity, and built-in expertise that's spread across the 7 members of the IT staff. So the service provided to the town of Creston was spread across those 7 members. And so the absence of that contract will does not give us an opportunity to reduce a staff member. Those staff are required to support the IT, our current capacity of required for IT for the regional district. It's very similar if you're a local government providing has a fire hall and is providing fire services to a rural area. The incremental cost of providing those fire services is very small, but you would charge say a full cost on it, and just because that participant is no longer there doesn't mean a commensurate or similar reduction in cost compared to your revenue.
Yeah, it sounds like Preston didn't think they had a good deal. My supplemental question goes back to the reserve items. So we have and vehicle replacement reserve of 636,941.35. My question is that we have gone to borrowing, or we are moving to finding other ways of financing vehicles, for example, for fire departments. I mean, we use community works funds to pay for things now that we can. But I guess my question is to staff is that, are we getting to the point where each vehicle we're buying to replace the ones before, the ones that are worn out, are we getting to a point where we could be looking at leasing or long-term financing instead of outright purchases? Through the chair.
Through the chair, yeah, that's a good question that we do think about. the use of reserves, gives us, certainly, is more cost effective from a number of measures versus financing. The reserves for the positive side of reserves are the regional district earns a higher than market risk-free rate, tax-free rate on its reserves. And versus when we borrow, we don't get to deduct tax as a business does on borrowing. We pay the full brunt of borrowing. So where available, I think from that financial perspective, reserves where available are preferred. The way our reserve balance is basically built up is from the use of vehicles. And over a period of 5 years, we assign a life and a number of kilometers. And we have a spreadsheet that tracks all our vehicles, and we time reserves for that. Shouldn't say all our vehicles, all our fleet vehicles, and we match the use of those vehicles to building up reserve to replace those vehicles.
Okay, and Chair, I have a process question on resolutions, if you would allow me that, because,
Yeah.
Okay, so, yes, motions today would be preferable, but again, there's so much to process. And I know in past years, motions were also, staff would recommend resolutions for us to consider, to make reductions in different services. So can we make motions at the March meeting, or are you saying today is it? Through the chair.
So generally speaking, if you make a motion at March, we're then not adopting the bylaw that is accurate to what we need to adopt. So it's not recommended. And when it comes to a motion that involves all of us or participants, it generally should be today. Those that are not all of us or are sub-regional can be done at other tables or via email if it's just you. So I think ideally it's today. It doesn't mean it can't be in advance, but it just gets difficult because March is when we have to adopt. Stuart, anything?
Yeah, through the chair, there's nothing that stops directors from making motions at the March meeting, absolutely. So if there's something where you need more time to think about things or work through things, then we just need more time. Today we're here for, we scheduled for the whole day. So if it's something where you're listening to things this morning and you're taking a break at lunch and thinking about things, you can bring something back this afternoon.
It definitely was a trade-off in terms of not doing the January meeting, because generally we would, by February have a bit more that we could come back to. So I understand that. Just really ensure that if there's any motions we want to bring forward in March, that they are not absent of pre-discussion with your partners.
Yeah, the issue is that when it involves everyone, like for general admin, like I'm formulating ideas for motions, but the problem is that there's no way that I can process everything because I need to see all of the budget. And I went through it last night, as went through everything last night, but the staff presentation is really important. Hearing all the questions from all the directors is important, but also feedback.
It's fine, Director Davidoff. That's understandable, and we'll do our best.
Yeah, and feedback from constituents, ratepayers is important. So that's the other piece that has always helped me. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, of course, definitely. And again, that's where there's, we're talking general admin right now, which is everybody. So it is important that if we have something and I get you need time to process, I don't debate that at all. Again, just really emphasizing that sub-regional and individual services you can do outside of this is definitely post your public budget meetings as well. So there are other options, yes. I'm going to go to Graham for the Jackman for the second time and then Graham.
Thanks. So interesting, Director Davidoff said formulating. I was gonna lead off by saying, looks like I'm fishing. I do want to state I very much agree and in alignment with Director McFadden's philosophy. I dig a hole around here, I hit bedrock sooner than I thought I would. That's hard on the back. It's even harder on the body when a little while later you're walking on the block and you step in the hole. So I'm not looking at the deep holes. I'm looking for transitions in business. how we're doing at the end of the day,
That's fine.
I'm looking for where we're transitioning potentially. So the one is IT, because the escalating fees we're paying, and we're stuck. I mean, if we ask for a business case on it, you have to be stuck, because it sounds like the service provider's saying we can't do business as usual, so that's off the table. So we're left with all of them, we're left with the providers. So I wanna make sure that we're calculating well in advance, whether the savings are today or next year. We shift that money, because we put a huge amount of money into a little room back there. That's why I'm looking not for a hole, I'm looking for a shift. The other thing I'm targeting, fishing for, is we are taking millions and millions in grants. I've got notes all the way through. A101, we're gonna go from 485,000 to 1.55 million in fire smart grants. They all cost us money in terms of staff, there's a ripple effect. So if I'm looking to use a operating surplus or appears to be a reserve or something to offset, I'm looking for an opportunity, not for ongoing business as usual, core business. That if we decide we're gonna stop taking money for nothing, because it's never money for nothing, it's 0.2 FTE or 0.07 FTE or it's this or it's that. I'm looking for those opportunities as well. The huge amount of money we throw through in grants, the impact it has on our core service, and the presumption sometimes that we need to be prepared to take on whatever comes our way. So I'm looking for those one-offs, not the continuous on. I don't like stepping in holes because they're aging, it's more and more painful. So as we go through the rest, and we keep targeting the same philosophy, are we always gonna presume, I can't go too far, A101, we're doing massive investigation, I've seen a bunch of stuff and I've seen very little work on the ground. Does that make sense? And what does it cost us as an organization and the taxpayers to do all this background work that the province says, hey, you can do this, and it sits on the desk? That's what I'm targeting. I'm formulating.
You're formulating, okay. Fran?
So thank you through the chair, I might as well ask this one because it's been on my mind for a while. When we got like 3.5 million in salaries, and we got over 1 million in benefits. Compared to private business benefits, I find that very high. So I'm just wondering if these get renegotiated or if they, I don't know, so maybe the government is stuck with a particular supplier. Do we go out for competitive quotes? Like how does our benefit program work?
So through the chair, we do negotiate our benefits on an annual basis. We have a broker who does that. That portion of the benefit cost though is probably the smaller amount. Because when you look at CPP and EI plus the pension plan, those are the three largest ones. And the pension plan is where we're locked in as a local government. We're forced to use the public pension plan. So that's a set percentage contribution. And that is the biggest piece of benefits by far.
And that's for staff, directors don't have that.
But through the chair, directors have the option. Oh, sorry, not for pension. Yes, directors have benefit option, but not pension.
Yeah, okay. So then that's it. We don't have any motions at this time. By all means, if we want to go through everything and come back. Sorry, David, you do have one? Or
Yeah,
go ahead.
I do have a motion that I'm just crafting, but I just have a question before I craft it.
Yeah.
Would it be, I guess to the chair, would it be appropriate for me to make a motion to reduce our salary line item by $75,000 because of the loss of the IT services agreement with the town of Creston? Is that an appropriate motion? Through the chair.
So, sorry, through the chair, are you directing staff to eliminate a position?
To reduce the salary line item by $75,000 because we have lost, I could go 150, but I'm going 75, I'm thinking 75, and then staff will determine how to do that.
Through the chair, unless you're directing staff to eliminate a position, I don't think it's appropriate just to throw a number out.
No.
And then that position, we would have to take back and tell you what it's going to cost to eliminate that position.
I think you would have to focus on a line item that is not related to salary. It would be a project, or other one-time contribution.
Yeah, Chair, the logic behind what I'm thinking about is when we lose a contract, $150,000 contract, that's a big chunk of money. And the key thing is, the CFO explained that, you know, that work can be done over 7 people. But the thing is that you'd think right away, say, okay, we lost the contract, so there's less work, and we could reduce the salary budget in that department by some percentage, because there should be less work now, even across 7 people. So 7 staff. So these are the kinds of things that you think about and say, okay, CFO explained that no, we're not going to reduce staff because we lost this contract. We're going to, you know, there's this incremental impact on 7 people, 7 staff in the IT department.
So Director Davidoff, I just need to pause you for a sec, because we do understand what you're saying and it's repetitive. So I don't think you need to repeat it. We understand what you're trying to do. The cost implications is if you do let go of somebody, there are costs you have to pay out to that person. So that would be part of the consideration. And I think what we need to do is not focus on staffing, which is not generally our purview, but on the overall operations and capital, perhaps. So don't lose sight of what you're trying to do. I think staff is just directing that you can't just direct to reduce staff. And we have others that have ideas. So can we circle through those?
Can I just say one more thing? There's another way of doing that, is that when we hire again, right? We don't hire 1.0, we hire 0.5. That's another way of doing that because I'm just that now you see what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
absolutely.
I don't have the time to talk to staff about to anyone about how to do this, because we're doing this all in one meeting. Otherwise, I'd be talking to the CFO.
Completely understand.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Okay, so Stuart wants to respond, and then we have a speakers list.
Through the chair, it's getting a little bit ahead in the presentation, but I do want the board to know that, to Director Davidoff's last point, when positions open up, we do assessments around what's needed in the organization. And when we look at building inspection this year, it's a prime example of how staff has looked at the circumstances and taken the opportunity with 2 vacant positions that we had and not hiring for them. And they've been removed from the budget this year. So the building inspection salary budget is a lot lower than it was projected to be, because we've taken a look at the circumstances we've had and the way construction is going, the way permit fees are trending, and didn't just knee-jerk reaction, hire the positions back. We take a look at what environment we're in and make those adjustments when we can.
Chair, could I ask staff to think about what I said and maybe assist me, or like you can see where I'm going. I'm
yes, we absolutely can.
And I'm brainstorming, and I apologize for doing that at a board meeting. Yeah,
it's fine. I'm just going to help you not repeat yourself, just for everybody's timing. But we get what you're doing. I do see Dwayne has a response here. Can I ask him to provide his feedback?
Sure.
Dwayne, go ahead. Staff, Dwayne Lau.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to highlight that part of that 150 is not actual revenue loss, it's pass-through expenses. So we do things like acquire licenses on behalf of Town of Crescent, and then we charge them back through that. So that's included in the 150, but it will be offset by a reduction of expenses as well. So it's not a pure loss of revenue of 150. It is, I don't have the exact number, it is probably less than 100 in actual loss of revenue.
Thank you, Dwayne. So I'm going to go to Jackman, Cunningham, Tierney, and Page.
Thank you. I hope what manager will be doing, is capable of doing every time he goes to his numbers, is he would think of what's going to be contracted services for this big transition to cloud, and maybe internalize some of it within the existing trained staff in our system. So if there's an offset, we have to see between now and the next time he emails us a little package, maybe we'll identify a $30,000 offset from salaries for an external service to replacing what would have been contracted hired people to do whatever needs to be done for this big transition. those are the things that trusting our managers are looking at every day. And it's a hard number to present to us. I'd love to see it, but we're not gonna get there today. Also, no.
Cunningham?
Thank you, and further along the same line, we look at some of our services that need staff and need catching up, and things were behind it, remember the things we were looking at yesterday? And and I know that our staff looks at those kinds of things, and it's difficult, because where we may need people in one area, you can move them into another.
Thank you, Tierney.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. I was basically gonna say what Stuart said, if a vacancy became vacant, if a position became vacant during the fiscal year, a review should be done to determine whether that position should be filled or not. Yeah.
Okay. And Paige?
We have a couple short rapid fire ones and then a comment. So when I look at 53080 license and permits, am I seeing a key licensing package within that? Yes. Okay, so that's true of consulting fees as well. Well, some contracted services, yes. So we do. Okay. Most of the IT consultants are in contracted services. Okay. Maybe in future years, we may want to start seeing those coded out. If IT's been a major conversation within general and each time, so let's start to delineate it out so we can see it a little bit clearer. I'm really interested in where we can end, Dwayne, with our IT strategic plan. And I think to where cost savings might exist, it ties me back to the EOC system resilience and where we can work with partners. And I said this last year, but where we can work with partners to have the same systems that are naturally rollover and redundant between partners and sharing those costs. It does make me think how we work with citizen services with the province. Like there are some jurisdictions that have broader systems. BC permits is one of those places where we're sharing applications because the cost that is driven from things like vendor lockup. That would be my biggest concern over the coming years is how much vendor lock-in is going to be put us at the behest of what these services offer. As we are reliant on them and as we take the skill set inside and move it out, and I'm not saying that's not something you should do. It's very, very hard to maintain the same level of service internally for stuff like that. So I'm really interested to see where we end up with our IT plan and what it sees for the next 5 to 10 years and where we need money, what partners will be working with. And then the only other note I had from earlier was on the housing and approval piece. Obviously, to me, I would think there's a strong connection between wage expectation and the challenge around housing. People looking to try to afford the place they're moving to. And I would just plug, because I think it is part of the solution, is the Happy Pad initiative coming off of Greater Nelson Economic Development. Specifically because it is trying to connect, and it is something RDCK and Nelson's already working together to do high quality room-based accommodations for coveted workforces within a building stock. So I think as a professional organization trying to recruit, I think we're also putting that message out to our employee base. There might be at least a few spots that can open up and have some professional formality. Happy Pad is a nonprofit that the economic development is pushing. That takes care of the contracting, the conflict management and the money when it comes to renting out a room. So if you're a senior and you want to rent out to a healthcare worker, Happy Pad plays middleman if that was their way. And so we had identified that was one way we want to open up rooms. When we're recruiting, sometimes it's about 6 months or a year so they can find their forever home. And so it's transitionary. That can be supported that way.
Thank you. Sid? Yeah, the Happy Pad looks very interesting. So we're at the end of general admin. It does not mean we cannot make motions later in the day, nor does it mean we can't make it in March. Ideally, if we can today, but completely understanding. I would recommend before we go to rule admin that we take our morning break. And while I really don't like doing this to you guys, if we can work as a team just based on the timing we have. just if we all, as best as we can, while being amenable to the fact this is a lot to absorb and work through, so. Team efforts, are we good with the morning break now as it's 5 minutes to our usual time? Okay. Okay, folks, at the back, if we're gonna reconvene, thank you. You're welcome to take a seat over there.
And then more.
You go ahead.
And do we have, or a couple people? Sheila? I just wanna check, Director Davidoff, you're still there. I don't see the screen, so I'm sorry.
Director Pike said.
Okay. And still no director left.
No, I texted her too.
Okay. All right, folks, we are back. Okay, are we back? We're back. We're back. So we're gonna keep going. We do have a motion that Yev and Stuart was sent by Director Graham, looking at some options. So once they've had a look at that, we'll circle back to it and propose it to the board. Okay. Does that work? Are we ready for rule admin, Yev?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What's that?
There's another one.
Oh, if there's any vehicles parked in the lane behind us, you will unfortunately get towed because the cement factory over there uses it. So if anybody in the gallery is parked in the lane next door, you want to go and move your vehicle. Okay, thank you, Director Lockwood. Go ahead, yeah.
S101, we'll jump into S101, rural admin. So this houses rural director expenses, regional fire services, and bylaw services. 34% increase in requisition. This equates to about a $19 annual increase in taxation for a $650,000 home. Not final, just an estimated UDCM grant is in the current budget, but it's an in and an out. So it supports staff wages, equipment, and training costs. That grant will be confirmed hopefully in March. And this service also includes in the budget $75,000 for a vehicle that will be funded from reserves. That's the one slide on rural administration.
Oh, can you go back to rule admin?
Yeah, oh, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah. Okay, Director Vandenberg, go ahead.
Just a couple of clarifying questions. The 475 UBCM in and out, is that an annual thing that happens all the time? Is the one question I have. And then the other question, just for clarifying, the new command unit or fire apparatus, this is, imagine an assessment has been given that the value or the likelihood of the unit being replaced has been assessed and determined that it's time to go, and that this vehicle is going to be adequate for the role that is served.
Through the chair, yes, it's on our vehicle replacement list, and the vehicle being replaced is the vehicle replacement.
So the vehicle, sorry, but the vehicle that you're replacing, is it deducted from existing? Is there a deduction? There's value to it. So is this 75 in the aggregate then, the gross amount?
That's the gross budget amount. So we are actually looking at opportunities to buy a vehicle for less than that. We don't have a final decision yet. So that is coming out of reserve. So it's up to 75. So this is basically a vehicle for, one of our, regional fire chiefs. And, we are looking at options to maybe even get into something for less than 50, but we don't have all the information to make that decision yet.
And 475 UCF.
Yeah, that, I don't know, Stuart wants to speak to it, but
Yeah, through the chair, I believe this is the third year that they've offered that. I wouldn't say that there's a timeline as to when they'll stop. It's probably just funding related, but every year for the past 3 years, we've been in and around that area of 475. And I should say that just to Yev's point around the vehicle for fire services, our regional fire chief has really done a good job of taking a look at what's needed in terms of the vehicle. So does everybody need a large pickup truck to respond to calls, or can we get into something a little bit more economical based on what's actually required at the response site? So he's done a great job there. That's the reason it's again in the budget this year. This was originally in the budget for purchase last year, and he's deferred it because he wants to take a good look at what's required. And the vehicle that it's replacing is the vehicle that we purchased originally when the fire chief position was first approved, probably 13, 14 years ago.
Yes, but never mind, I won't speak. No, it'll pop up on the list. Okay, so we've got quite a list. Jackman, go ahead.
So again, I understand a little bit the opportunities. So requisitions are up, well, this is a bit of a roller coaster service. I don't know. Either we budgeted 4.2 million or we get 3.1 million in 2024. Huge amount of grants through the year. That's the opportunity for one off. 2025, 4.4 million, then we got back up 3 million. So trying to figure out, is there some money being put somewhere where we don't necessarily need it for ongoing operations? If again, we put this for service. So it looks like this year requisitions of $500,000, transfer to others, $100,000, salaries, benefits, 150 up. Contribution to reserve, $380,000. Sorry, I lost the page. If you want to start there, understanding we have nothing really in research on early in, that's probably one of the whole people that was a little while ago in Milwaukee. But what are you doing with that contribution?
So there is Stuart's got
Yeah, so, sorry, through the chair, you've raised a good point that we should have put on the slide, because I don't want you to get too far down the road in terms of guessing what it is. That is a reserve contribution related to SPU deployments in 2024. So the way that the service receives funding is SPUs go out, we have a daily rate. There are amounts that are due to the fire halls, which are considered in here in terms of who's responding to the fire if their apparatus are being used. Then that goes back there, but the general fund for the SPU stays here. And I believe that probably 60 to 80% of that 380 is related to the SPU deployment. So there is an opportunity here for the board to consider using some of those funds with respect to the taxation lift, because they aren't earmarked. We put, I think it's $80,000 this year we put into the SPU reserve. So that's an amount that we use to maintain, replace equipment, and then eventually replace the SPUs. Then there was a general amount left over because we received a considerable amount last year with all that was going on. So there is an amount in there that that we should have flagged here, but that could be used for general offsets for 2025.
And just for all of us to understand, SPUs are structural protection units.
Thank you.
So they get deployed by the fire department, by BC Wildfire Service from our fire departments. We acquired them several years ago, and they end up becoming equipment that BC Wildfire Service will use, and then we get paid for that.
So just to be sure.
Yes.
Sorry, just to give you the numbers, $216,000 is what was contributed, is what's scheduled to be contributed to the general fire reserve. $216,000 of that 325.
Build on that, Sheriff.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, the SPUs, we're going to be, like 3, 5, 2 or 3. They're gonna make money because the business needs.
Yeah.
We're gonna pay for everything, we couldn't tax or even because there's an opportunity. The province said, whoa, there's an opportunity, so they just mostly bought their own and they rent their use cars as money, but they provide a comfort level to every community that has one close, so. I don't wanna arm myself with that right now, but what I do wanna understand also, yeah, that's 101, I'm looking at A101. We're increasing our fire smart training from 485,000 to 1.55 million, $1.1 million lift. And that always costs people. And then it goes away. Of course, the province never tells us what they're gonna do in the future. So again, I'm looking at a target and we say, oh, sure, we'll do this, we'll build databases, we'll draw maps, we'll have all these interesting things. And then have the US, BC, the new provincial agency, of course, the enhancement society, BC decides whether they spend money or not to actually do the work. So that might end. So that's why I'm targeting this one. Should we use some of that? $216,000. And then really be cautious about accepting the next $1 million lift on grants to do all our planning and stuff if we don't see the outcomes. So that is one I would truly love to see. I don't want to dig a hole, I don't want to step in it, but we'll formulate a resolution on that in a little while. I think the rest of it kind of makes sense to me. Everything else, like the salaries benefits, they're 150,000. So how much of that is related to this grant or that grant? Is that something that we answer easily?
Yeah, through the chair, it's about $172,000 is related to temporary training officers that are covered by the grant. Yeah.
So that's a gift, but it's not a target. Thank you.
Just to note that the motion we have that's being worked on right now is, was including the notion that it be applied to one-time costs if we're going to use something, so it doesn't affect operational. So just as you formulate, is there a one-time cost it could be applied to? So who's next on the list? Director Graham?
Yes, thank you. So through the chair, the $75,000 vehicle, my question is, could that be funded by community works grants? For the fire chief?
Through the chair, yes, but it's currently being budgeted from vehicle reserve, so there'd be no impact on requisitions if you do that.
Supplemental?
Yeah.
Getting back to your question or your comments about decreasing contributions to reserves, what would the staff recommend the decrease be?
But through the chairs, just in rule admin. Through the chair, I probably wouldn't recommend using more than half of that 216. Simply because you don't know. Year to year, we don't know what that looks like. And I think to Director Jackman's point, where it was proposed a couple of years ago that SPUs be ramped up and we turn it into a revenue source, we don't know what the demand for that is going to be year to year.
Good, Graham?
I would want to make a motion that we do that the board directs staff to decrease contribution to reserves by $100,000 for S101 and reduce requisition accordingly.
I would second that. It's in the ballpark.
Okay, and would we direct that to a one-time cost, not to general operations?
That's.
I think.
2025 contribution reserve, that's one time.
Okay. So it's on the floor and let's just make sure Angela has it. Oh, no.
To decrease.
I'll send it to her.
Stuart's gonna craft that and send it to her.
You want me to email
She's already got it crafted. Do you want the email?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Director Graham. So this is real admin reducing reserves, contribution to reserves, I'm sorry, by 100,000. So on that motion, we'll stick to the speakers list, but we'll just keep track that we have a motion on the floor. That's my job. Okay. Tierney, go ahead.
The question's been answered.
Okay. David off.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, Chair. So.
That's okay.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure, what just happened is exactly where I was going. That's what my thinking was. So that's gonna be something we're gonna speak to. I just didn't see the SPU reserve, but now I think Stuart explained it. It's not coming out of the SPU reserve. It's coming out of a different service. A vehicle. a
No.
vehicle? Like,
One second.
So it's, sorry, through the chair to Director Davidoff, that reserve is set up as of Jan 1, 2025.
yeah,
Because it's new, so it's not in your listing as of the end of 2024.
okay, that's what I was really confused about. So
Yeah.
thank you so much, because I was trying to find it in all my paperwork and I'm going, I can't see it anywhere. Okay, and basically that's where, for these vehicles, here's my question. When we're looking at the $75,000, would this particular $75,000 vehicle purchase qualify for community works grant funding?
Davidoff,
Oh.
Director Graham just asked that question.
I didn't hear the answer, Chair, sorry.
Okay, so it does, but the funding for this is not from requisition, it's from the vehicle reserve, so it makes no difference on requisition should we use community works.
Yeah, but my question was that in the past, we have pooled funds amongst rural directors to pay for certain things. And we may, is that something that we could do for qualifying community works fund apparatus?
You can, it just doesn't make a difference to requisition.
Yeah, I get it, not for this year, but where it could make a difference for requisition, I think the answer is that yes, we can. Correct, Chair?
Yes, you can use community works for those, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Papa.
Yeah, all my questions have been asked and answered. Thank you.
McFadden.
Yeah, quick question on the motion. Directors conferences, but there's also conferences under, S100. So I'm just wondering what the difference of conferences that go under rule that wouldn't go under.
Through the chair, it's primarily AKBLG.
That's what I thought. And just second thought is, I do understand Director Graham and Director Davidoff's point, is you are right, it wouldn't come out of requisition for this year, but considering you're putting money into your reserves, which is coming out of requisitions, there is a benefit to that $75,000 if, yeah, so, and there is, even though it's not out of requisitions, it kind of is, because now you can decrease your amount that you're taking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, you could, as part of that, if the director did want to fund that through community works, you could direct us to eliminate the contribution to reserve for that vehicle for the next 5 years. And the money that's already in there could then be used 5 years from now to buy it at that time. Because you've been contributing to the reserve under the assumption that you'd be buying it now, yeah.
And that's something we can flag to come to circle back to after we've done this motion, if we want to do that. Community works, sorry, these apparatuses qualifying under community works is a new thing, but gratefully. Newell.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion on, Vandenberg, go ahead.
Yeah, just to pick up, which was put down, Director Jackman mentioned in S101 or 100, the encouragement that staff, they have some ideas based on our conversation and where the conversation is going today. If you can, identify something that might be of interest that does have some effect on the budget, not just the S100, but the all our conversation today, just sort of a standing understanding, that you would come back to us and say, hey, we got a great idea, we want to serve to you.
We have one motion we're working on for general admin that Yev and Stewart are working on right now. So, and that'll come from Graham. So yes, and I do want to note that while we don't always know everything that they're working on, I know when we first received this today, they did already make quite a bit of adjustment. And so they come in with that approach, but yes, absolutely. They're always.
But based on our conversations today.
No problem. So on the motion, further on the motion, do we want to read it? Ange, do you have it now?
Yeah. That the board directs staff to reduce the contribution to reserves by $100,000 in rural admin service S101 for 2025 and decrease requisitions accordingly.
Okay, thumbs up, we're good. We're good online. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you, that passes. Do we want to, do we need to do anything around community works and the reserves at this time, or do we want to just flag that for Graham?
Question, through the chair. would it be something we could ask staff to come up with an option for sharing the cost? For this, $75,000 vehicle using joint community works fund, would that be like something that would be okay to ask staff to do?
Yes, through the chair, because I think we do need to confirm the command vehicles are eligible. Like apparatus are eligible. I want to confirm that the command vehicle is, yeah,
So, and do you want that as a motion or just direction to staff?
that direction's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, so was that it for rule admin? Okay, and again, we do have a general admin motion we'll come back to. Are you guys ready for that one?
Yeah, Director Graham, I sent it back to her.
Director Graham, sorry to interrupt you. Stuart sent you back the general admin motion. Do you want to move that one now?
Yes, I would like to move that the board directs staff to increase transfer from reserves in S100 general admin by $132,797, with $100,000 coming from stabilization reserve and $32,797 from COVID restart funds reserve to be used for one-time costs in 2025 and reduce requisition accordingly.
Do we have a second? And do you want it emailed to you so everyone has that? Okay, yeah, no problem. 1 second. It is seconded. We'll just take a moment to make sure everyone has a copy of it. We'll note we caught McFadden's note around being cautious and we applied the 2 one-time costs only to try and not end up in that what Jackman articulated as a whole, and we can't go any deeper.
So while we're waiting, Chair, are we gonna get emailed all the resolutions that we passed today?
Well, you'll see all the resolutions in the minutes. What we're doing right now is just making sure the resolution on the floor, you know what that is, but the minutes always have all our motions. And while we're waiting, Jackman, go ahead.
Sure, thanks. So how could we had COVID restart funding wasn't tagged to something else? But all had to be tagged, that's what I heard.
No, through the chair, the COVID restart funds kind of had a similar rules around it to the Growing Communities Fund in terms of the spend and the allocation. So we left a certain amount in general admin primarily for the hybrid expenses on WebEx and now Zoom.
And that would cover overhead type costs we're doing now. It's not really specifically tagged to one thing.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the reporting on it is relatively general.
So did everybody get it over email? Everybody has it? Okay, is there further discussion? How are we on chat? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay,
So
good work, team.
Chair, I just
Yes.
sent in a motion on the IT staffing hire reduction, so if Stuart could review that and see if that's appropriate.
Yes, he will do so, and then we'll come back to it as he reviews it. Does that work?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, oh, Jackman?
Sorry. Changing the stabilization reserve formula that we said a few years ago, so the direction was then, is we're in year 2 of 3 right now, so next year is just 100,000.
Yes.
That's, and so.
So that was a trade-off, and I'm sorry, we should have made sure.
No, so long as the rest of the money is still
Yes.
next year, and it's the balance.
So just to be clear, what we're doing is we had that stabilization fund essentially in 2026, we'd have a 200,000 rough amount, we've reduced that to 100,000. So that's what we have traded off at this time.
And that does dig a hole unless we stop doing something, period.
Shouldn't hit the rock bottom, but yes. Yeah,
Just to clarify, the stabilization we used up, I think, this year.
Well,
it should leave 100. We had 200 in it.
Right, so the 200 we used up in 2025. So we had 700, I think surplus in 23. We divided it up between 23, 24, and 25.
No, 25, 25, 26.
4, 5, and 6.
That was 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, currently you have it at 470. And we knew that there was about 200 in there that was already accounted for that doesn't show in our reserves. So we just took 100 out of that remaining amount, which leaves us 100.
Oh, I see, out of the remaining 200.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. No,
Okay.
that's clear.
Is it?
That's little.
Okay, little one. Okay, so let's go to the next service, and we've noted that David Off might have a motion coming forward as Stuart reviews it. What's next? Geospatial, GIS, thank you. Yeah, are you good for GIS?
Oh, sorry.
Back to you, Yev.
Yes, GIS, okay, so operations are stable, basically a inflationary increase in requisitions. We are in the middle of a GIS strategic plan, assessment, started late last year, so that was, there's a budget of 40,000 for that. Next gen 911 transition project is also underway, so $75,000 of funding from NG 911 grants in 2025 for that. Planning for required upgrades to our Esri enterprise GIS system. So up to $41,000 cost for that, and maybe $30,000 for a GPS real-time kinematics unit.
Is that your full, that's it for GIS?
That's it for GIS. Sangeeta is in the room as well, available to answer questions.
Are you wanting to say something, Sangeeta, or just letting us know you're here? Okay, good to see you. Cunningham, go ahead, and then Jackman.
Later.
Does GIS include LiDAR? Do we still hold the LiDAR? That's a good question, because I thought BCGU contained it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please stand.
So, the LiDAR that we acquired, I think it was back in 2018, is all held at the provincial government, but we do have some of it available on our internal whatnot for use of various projects and things like that. But mainly it is used for, our work that we had did on geohazards, that's where the LiDAR was.
Exactly, like, if I make sense.
Yes.
Yes, through the staff, yeah, it's like the flooding work that was done in Pownell with the use of LiDAR. And when we look at those kinds of things, I was just wondering if that kind of stuff was still available, or if we would have to buy it.
So through the chair, occasionally we do, but when we do that, we work with individual agencies and other partners like BC Hydro or Fortis to try to get like a lot of money in a pot so we can all acquire LiDAR from one possible.
Jackman.
Yeah,
Oh,
thanks.
Amber.
So again, there's gonna be a big analysis, transition, how we do business. It's just curiosity, because there is some reserve funding for GIS. And I don't know how much that is related to data storage, but in 2025, we brought to a contribution of reserve 0. And then we picked up, wondering why. Is there an analysis or that just doesn't know?
No. So through the chair, we have a reserve for replacement cost of the RDCK unit, which is our GPS unit. And this year we're replacing it, so we're pulling money out of the reserves, and we also have a GPR, ground penetrating radar device, and so at some point that will need replacement, so we, create a reserve to replace those two pieces.
So supplemental.
Yes.
Sure, if the future is 15,000, whatever, if that's a valid number based on calculation, you would never show zero. You'd show 15,700 this year, and you'd offset with the amount of withdrawal, according to all our waste services, everything we show, we show steady contributions to as much as possible. We'll enter it in one and we'll take it back out the other, so it's, anyway, that's fine, it's just been zeroed out by the other withdrawal, but I think our practice generally, if you show what you normally, under the asset management plan, contribute regardless if you're drawing, you show what you should be contributing, and then separately you draw for the project, and then the reserve balance changes. Instead of showing a 0 1 year, it's never supposed to be 0, it's based on asset management.
Yes, you may.
So through the chair, why we're not contributing this year is because we're pretty healthy in the reserves right now. And that's why we chose to
not contribute towards the reserve for this year, just to manage that taxation increase.
So it's 125,500 in the reserve, so that begs the question, is the 16,000 the correct number for next year's bill? I'll leave it, next year, we'll still be here next year.
Okay. Next on the list is Director David Ock.
Yeah, Chair, it's just really hard to hear in the room, and I don't know if this has been discussed or not. Basically, I see a 15% reduction in requisition between 2025 and 26, and the salary reduction is also 15% from 2025 to 2026. Could someone explain why that is?
Sure, and Sangeeta, maybe just speak a little louder towards the owl or sit beside Jackman there and we can hear you better. Okay, thanks.
So the first question was a reduction in requisition. Yeah, so most of, through the chair, the projects, there are several projects that we complete internally for with GIS as the main support. For example, the NG 911 project. So we received quite a substantial grant to do that work. We also provide internal GIS to other departments, and so it fluctuates yearly as to how much GIS support they need. And so at this point, we're not sure what that will be for the next year, what that amount will be for, or sorry, what that request for GIS support will be next year. Related to the salaries, one of our FTE that we have working on NG 911, it ends next year, so that position, which is a temporary position, ends next year when the grant will be spent.
Supplemental?
Yeah, supplemental, Chair. So basically, sale of services. I thought we were selling a lot of our services to outside, to third parties, but I just see sale of services is like $2,000. Like, are we selling GIS services to third parties through the chair?
Through the chair, it's, no, we're not doing that as much. That $2,000 is mostly, fees that we collect through building permit when, or one-off requests for amount from the public, generally, but we do, charge for projects, outside of core services to our, participants in the service. So meaning, you know, if there's a big project like NG 911, which is grant funded, then that funding comes into GIS to support that initiative.
So Chair, I've just got one more.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could we be generating revenue by selling GIS services to third parties, even non-government third parties, through the chair?
Through the chair, I've heard that for several years.
Yeah.
There's no, we don't want to take away work from, you know, other entities offering this service. That's not what we're here for. We're here to support our regional district and our service participants. So yes, we could if they wanted some of our data, but at this point, there's no high demand for that. And most of our data and our mapping is available on our external web map. There's a whole bunch of information as well internally, but that's for internal use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vandenberg.
Oh, thank you. So I'm just kind of curious, we're talking about to do a GIS assessment, this upcoming year perhaps. What is it that we're trying to understand, or what are the potential outcomes? We have some pretty cool devices, I call them pretty cool devices. And I can't appreciate what those devices are doing for us, because I don't really understand what a work plan would look like. I mean, typically when's somebody gonna go up and do penetrating radar and those sort of things. And I'll just add to that, based on what you said about the FTE, are we then looking for an FTE in 2026 and so on to be able to run these cool tools? So what's the assessment would hope to tell you? What does a typical work plan kind of look like with these devices? And I guess what's the future bringing, that's probably gonna be part of the assessment, I'm sure.
If I may, Chair.
Yeah, just
There's
speak a
two-
little louder, please.
Yeah,
Thank
there's
you.
two questions you're asking. I think you're talking about the strategic plan, is that correct?
I believe,
Okay, and the
yeah.
second is the devices. So the devices are used on a regular basis. The GPS unit is used at our research recovery sites. It's used in parks for boundary delineation. Also the cadastre mapping that we have is always, well, now we've got it pretty tight, meaning our lot lines match what is on the ground. Where we have anomalies, we're happy to hear about it. And then, the GPR, unit has been used, for water services and, I think it was last year, we used it for, the rec facility and the ice in Castlegar. The concrete, there was a leak, so we used that to find that leak. And then, yeah, that, and then the strategic plan really is about our internal services, meaning all the service participants, are they getting what they need? So it's going to start with a needs assessment, and then it's going to do a, analysis on what those needs are and come out with some recommendations for how we can better serve our clients, which are our internal clients. That's the municipalities at this table that pay into GIS, as well as the rural areas. And we also actually talked to Castlegar, who's not a participant, because there has been some interest shown there. So we're trying to be as comprehensive as mostly to improve the service.
Supplemental?
The FTE question?
Oh, there was a good, right. So if there is a high demand for, like, for example, asset management, maybe will require a GIS support. So at that time, there will be grant funding to support that FTE. And yes, we may hire a temporary GIS staff to support that if needed.
But I think to clarify, the current one that you see ending was specific to the next gen contract, which was short term, it wasn't long term. So that ends, and if there's a new one, then that would come back to us. Correct? Okay. We don't have anyone else on the speakers list. You're good. Okay, let's go to. Oh, yeah, Graham, sorry.
Sorry, thank you.
No problem.
So through the chair, and I know everybody hates taking money out of the reserve, but we do have a healthy one here, and I'm not seeing any capital expenses projected from 26 to 29. And this is a service that we all contribute to, and I wonder if it does make sense in this one particular case, given that we do have such a healthy reserve, that we would consider transferring some of that to reduce taxation and get some of this closer to where the budget would be for next year. And just because there doesn't seem to be anything on the list, so it's just not to take it all and gut it, and I don't see us making a whole either, there doesn't seem to be any planned purchases, and not to take the whole thing, but I just wanted to test that clear.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
So through the chair, there are two planned purchases, actually, the RDCK unit, and this year anyway, and then also the Esri software upgrades and work that we're going to do then. The reserves are really for replacement costs of that equipment, in addition to acquisition of any kind of LiDAR or imaging that we may need, or so it's there to support that.
Can I, to clarify what Director Graham is asking, so currently the reserves are at 125. We have no contributions this year going into that reserve fund. Are the amounts noted for 2025, the capital you just mentioned, already removed from that reserve amount, or will that yet to be done, which means our reserves are actually significantly lower than 125?
So through the chair now, those are accounted for in this budget.
Accounted for. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
So sorry to check, so what's in here has been already taken out of these reserves, so we do have $125,000 there.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I was, yeah.
No, yes.
through the chair, no, the $30,000 needs to come up and still see that 95.
So we have 95.
Correct, yeah. At the end of 2025.
And
But the S3 and the S3's already come out. S3 at 41,000, that's already been, go ahead,
Just
yeah.
a couple comments, regarding that reserve. So, one was that everybody participates, not everybody participates in that service.
Castlegar does not, and Nelson.
Castlegar, no.
No,
Oh, you're putting your hand up, sorry.
So, no, so it's, one clarification. The other, just a bit of caution around that reserve is we're going through a strategic plan process that may indicate that we may need to make some further investments. Part of that is a technological review that maybe this needs to move out of our data center into the cloud, which would probably cost some amount of implementation fee. So to caution, reducing that reserve without having that strategic plan in front of us.
Graham, I'm gonna circle back to you because we've got a couple different answers to you there. Yeah, so can we just clarify, because it looks like one of the capital is out, but one of the capital is not. So you have a 41,000 and a 30,000 in your presentation right there. I've got you on the list. I just want to make sure we know what the actual reserve fund is right now. Okay, great. Maybe while Yeva's doing that, we'll just check in. Director Len, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I'm just arriving now.
No problem. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
And do we have anyone from New Denver right now, or are we still? Okay, thank you. Maybe we'll keep going with the speakers list while you verify that. Yeah, does that work?
Yes. So that 125,000 should be accurate as of the end of 24.
So it does not include these two.
It does not include a reduction for those two items.
So the 2025 amount is minus those two.
Would be minus that. So this budget needs an update for the transfer from reserves to cover off those two items.
So it's 125 minus 70 is what's actually in there.
Will be at the end of 2025, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, through the chair, though, I think the 41 for Esri is not in capital, it's in consulting services. Are we contemplating pulling reserves for that? Because I only see 30,000 in reserves, yeah, for 2025.
Can you speak to that, or that's coming through acquisition?
Sangeeta, it's really hard to hear you. Can you say that again?
That is not coming from
Reserves. The Esri is coming through requisitions. Okay. So I'm gonna go with the speakers list and continue.
So just
Yeah,
through the chair to Director Graham's question, you could pull 41 of that reserve to cover the Esri cost. It's a one-time cost. Yeah.
so do you want to hang on to that for a minute and I'll keep going? So I do actually have Lockwood before you. Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you. I understand, as a person coming from our municipal budgets and our reserves not being that great, having zero on as a transfer contribution to reserves this year, I feel like we're already pulling from reserves because we're not putting in reserves. And, all we need is one glitch and the reserve is gone. So we're not putting in anything. We're already taking out of the reserve to bring it down to 95. And now we're thinking that we'll take the 41 out of reserve. So we're actually taking out more than if we added it all together, we would be taking out 100 and some thousand, and we'd be done with down to very little. So I would not be in favor of that unless we have a contribution to reserves.
Okay. So next on the list is Jacqueline.
Yeah, thanks. And that's why I asked my earlier questions. When you see 10,000 prior year contribution reserve, that's nominal. That's not based on a calculation. An estimate of what you have, what you have, the lifespan is when you replace it. When I see zero, which I agree with the director, what you know, you understand. I don't quite understand. Why would you ever put a zero? If we calculated a number, I see it there in the future, so it's not inflated. $15,768 is pretty specific. So there's a calculated need. It should start this year.
Yeah.
And go every year, inflation or not, based on the equipment we have, lifespan, planned replacement, even though the withdrawals from reserve aren't shown in future year, or contribution from reserve isn't shown in 2020, it is Director Graham pointed out. But you need to use a calculated amount, stick with it every year. Then when you counter that, you draw more from reserve than you put in because of need, yeah, it all balances out. So I'm really cautious about mucking around with this one, because when my daughter worked on some of these scanners and stuff, they're $200,000 units. A realtor a month or two ago, there'll be a $5,000 unit that it almost does with those 3D scanners used to do. So I really want to see this business plan update. I want to see what this equipment's worth, why we have it, where we use it. I've looked at every reserve, and I'm really reluctant to mark with ones where I don't understand why we're even holding them. So this one I can't support.
Okay, thanks. That's some preemptive information regarding a potential motion. Good to know. Paige, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that the city council is in the midst of a GIS consultation review, and so the $75,000 contribution, I don't necessarily think, I'm not saying or announcing, but I don't think we should anticipate that it will be there in perpetuity. That's a consideration for future years. As we look at our various needs and how we hold those. So I would say that's going to have a big impact on the reserve. The other piece there is in the principle of looking to reserves in the 48 million or so that are in there, maybe I got that number wrong. Yep. If we want to use that in some sense to ease taxation, I think an approach would be, I'd rather see this reserve list with the methodologies, maybe some color coding that says, are we meeting the target? Are we far off from the target? Are we over the target? And looking at it as a whole. Because I think that could be a more productive place to kind of go through and say, you know, the central waste reserve is too high, too low. Before we go on an individual basis and try and have that conversation, I think we see it. I see that conversation as its own conversation if we want to have that. Because I think if we ad hoc it, we could cause ongoing harm as previous tables have done over the years to this reserve strategy.
Stuart wants to comment.
Through the chair, that's exactly what our asset management plan will help support.
Yeah.
Because other than water utilities has that. So all of our water use services has an asset management plan that tells you what your ideal contribution is and where we sit related to that. Other than that, it's the vehicle reserve that has that kind of work related to it, and to some extent this GIS reserve, because we do know the cost of these pieces of equipment and how long they last. But that is exactly what the asset management plan will help us do. Is what's the key annual contribution? When are those replacements necessary down the road, and are we on track?
So that's just that's my thought to the board on the approach of looking at reserves as a place to see the requisitions and the impacts. I'd rather look at all of them at a conversation after we've done all these other conversations of what needs to be an activity in each service as we go. Just.
Thank you. Was that it for the speakers list? There's no one on the chat? Okay. So Director Graham, I'm just going to circle back to you. It doesn't sound like you can still propose a motion if you'd like. I just wanted to know that you were thinking of it, but we have heard from a few that we don't actually want to take from these reserves. What's your call?
Thank you. I just got an email. Did we all get this email from Director Davidoff? Yes. I think Director Davidoff.
Okay, thank you. I'm not able to watch my email up here. So Davidoff, go ahead. Are you on the speakers list? Well, it doesn't matter. Go ahead.
I am now, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So basically I did submit a motion for consideration by Stuart and the directors. The board directs staff to transfer $20,000 from reserves in S102 Geospatial Information Services to reduce requisition by $20,000. That's the motion that I sent out. The draft for Stuart's consideration.
Okay, and you did hear our whole conversation on reserves?
Yes, I did.
Just-
Yeah.
For the chair, it's not my consideration.
No, it's not
For the board,
board's.
well, for the CAO's review to determine the propriety
Yeah.
in accordance
Okay.
with the template.
So let's see if you get a second, because we have heard that this is not necessarily best practice to do that, but do we have a sec? Sorry, folks, I need to have everybody paying attention. Sorry, Graham, are you seconding? Okay, it's on the floor now. It is emailed to you. The board directs staff to transfer 20,000 from reserves GIS to reduce requisition by 20,000. Hewitt.
Wouldn't a more appropriate, resolution be to increase transfers from reserves from 30,000 to 50,000?
Yes.
Yeah, we can make that.
I'm just pointing it out. That would be a more appropriate motion. It's, I'll let the mover and the seconder make that
I would
change.
Yeah, I'd consider that friendly, whatever works. And this is what
Okay.
you're trying to do here on the fly is a little tricky.
Yeah, no, that's good, but let's focus on what the numbers are and what we're trying to do. We'll get the wording right. Thank you, Director Hewitt. Discussion on the motion. This is using reserves to reduce requisition in GIS. Graham, go ahead.
Thank you. So through, and then I'm hearing this reason people don't want to reserve, but we are dealing with like these massive tax increases. Like we have got to find something somewhere. So, my thoughts were similar to what Director Davidoff came up with. Like I was more thinking, that we could pay for the $41,000 through reserves and then increase the contribution to reserves. So I had very similar thoughts around the same number of $20,000. So those are just my comments.
Okay. And did you just send a reworded version? Further discussion on the motion. We just want to make sure Angela has it and we all know what we're doing.
What I have.
Yes, please, go ahead.
That board directs staff to transfer 20,000 from reserves in Geospatial Information Services S102 to reduce requisition from 50,000 to 30,000.
I sent you another big one. We're not reducing requisition.
I'm just gonna make one comment in terms of this service. It's one of the lowest lifts we have. So in terms of actual impact to requisition, this makes very little difference, but it does affect our reserves and something we know will be needed. So I would not vote in favor of this. I'd focus on our bigger services where we have bigger hits and we have more room with better reserves. That would be my input. Further discussion, well, and when you've got it, let me know.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay, read it again.
That the board directs staff to increase transfers from reserves by 20,000 in the 2025 draft financial plan from service S102 Geospatial Information Services and reduce requisition by 20.
Vandenberg.
I just wanted to opt in a little bit. I understand. I completely agree with the conversation and reserves and that sort of thing. This is right, and we do have a couple of assets in this service, but it's more labor kind of related. Like that's the highest part of this, and I understand the importance of making sure that we don't mess up and top end over our reserve. But I do agree with the conversation that wherever we can save a little bit of this, a little bit of that, it all adds up and not negatively impact the future of something. And we're gonna know more through an assessment. I think it's worthy to consider it. And not just dismiss it as being, that's not enough money to consider. All of the money is enough money to consider.
Okay. Is there further on the speakers list? Are you good on chat? All right, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do we have, I don't see Director Lund because so do we have 5 then? Okay, those opposed? 1. If you don't have your hand up, I'm assuming you're opposed if you didn't vote in favor. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it fails.
If someone doesn't have their hand up, they voted,
Yep.
In favor.
Yep.
Yes, but I meant unless their hand was up or opposed.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, if your hand's not up and you didn't oppose, you're in favor.
Can we do-
So, one
recount?
second. One
Okay.
second, please. I have to keep track of my thoughts here. Motion failed. I got Paige with his hand up, and then I'll come back to you, David. Paige, go ahead.
Can I just clarify, and I don't know if we have time, but during this budget process, like what I was suggesting, I would like to look at the reserve as a conversation. It might be an hour at some point, where we're just talking about the whole reserve ecosystem. And then looking for where individual reserves might have more or less money. We're gonna have that conversation about how we can help the requisitions across the board. I'm just suggesting if you had time, we could do it for the whole reserves and look at them all together. Talk about where we've achieved a formula, where we haven't, where we think we have lots, where we don't. And then talk about it there, not assuming that every reserve is underfunded, but potentially every reserve is underfunded. Because I just think that's a place to contain the conversation where it can be most productive. And I don't know.
Except that you can't move reserves between services, so you then end up going back to the service to say, so what does the service look like? Like you can have an overall reserve conversation, but there is all the context related specific to that service. Is it statutory? Is it related to equipment? So you're still going back to talk with the service. So one thing we did talk about on the break was potentially having another budget meeting the Tuesday of board week. So can we just flag that as getting more context on what you're talking about, noting that you still have to go back to the service. You can't talk as reserves as a whole.
Yeah, but staff are here and staff knows the status of where reserves are at. So.
Yeah, so for today, we're gonna keep going with the agenda. Okay, heard and noted.
Chair, point of order. I did not know what the final count was because there was hands up, hands down. It was confusing. Can we redo that?
You need a recount. It failed.
No, but I don't.
15 to 5.
You said there were 2 to 5?
Okay, folks, we have 10 items to get through. If we need to do a count, let's do it right now. Jackman.
Opposed.
Thank you. Tierney.
Opposed.
Vandenberg.
Opposite of opposed.
I'm opposed. Graham.
In favor.
Newell.
Opposed.
Cunningham.
Opposed.
Popoff.
In favor.
David Off.
In favor.
Hanegraaff.
Opposed.
Weatherhead.
Opposed.
McFadden.
Opposed.
Dumas.
Opposed.
Hewitt.
Opposed.
McLaren Co.
Opposed.
Page.
Opposed.
Fike, not present. Sorry, Fike, are you there? Just checking. Thank you. No Fike. Lockwood.
Opposed.
Maine. Lund.
I'll be in favor.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. We have 1 director missing, so then that is 14 opposed.
Okay,
Got it,
thank you,
David?
Chair. I got her. Thank you.
We have 10 items left on our agenda, so bear with me while I start trying to move us along while still being cognizant of the need to discuss. So we're done with GIS. Boy, building inspection. Oh, we're 5 minutes from public time. Let's do building inspection. I do know you already made some.
It's on the slide.
It's on the slides. Okay, go through building inspection.
Okay, 26% increase in requisitions, building permits, were down considerably with lower construction overall in 2024. We had a budget of 950, running up at about 636. As Stuart mentioned before, we have 2 open building inspection positions. We've removed them from the budget due to the reduced activity, and they will not be filled until permit activity recovers. Some new revisions to the BC building code are being implemented. Scanning project continues. And the final item is a change in public sector accounting standards, which actually takes place in 2024. What it suggests or requires is that building permit revenue not be fully recognized in the year we receive it. So we're talking with our auditors about how that exactly applies, so we don't have final ruling on it, and as well as how we show it in 2024 and and what our approach will be. So it likely will not impact requisitions, but we may come out with a recommendation that we build up a reserve that matches the deferred amount over a period of time, likely 5 years. So to explain it a bit further, when we receive a building permit fee, let's say, well, the $636,000 we received last year, the actual employee time required to service those permits takes a year or 2 or 3. And what accounting standards are saying is you can't recognize all that revenue the day you receive it, you need to defer it. So we're just waiting for a final ruling yet on how that's going to affect the budget, and whether we can delay that over a period of 5 years as far as requisition basis.
That's it for your slide on building inspection. Jocelyn, go ahead.
Sure, thanks. So, as just stated, well, it's a multi-year process. It would help me to understand how much 22 money is in this equation. It will end in 25 and then they have to renew the permit. How much 2023 in terms of application 2024. It's a multi-year rolling thing. Might be more important because that's not an easy thing to look at, especially when we have a vacancy, one senior position. Chris Gannon did do an analysis. We did raise the fees. And we talked about the fees for the very routine and part 9, if there's anything left in terms of part-time buildings anymore, they're all coming by 3. And the complex buildings, which take much more time. I didn't have time to do that analysis stuff, but I wanted to refresh myself. What was Chris recommending when we said we need to adjust our building permit fees upwards to reflect the complexity where it applies? And I'd love to see that. And again, not something I expect today, but I would love to see some staff recommendation over the weeks before we sit down again. Is there a reasonable adjustment to make in building permit fees, even though we just put them up, to account for more complex buildings? So we adequately adjusted. Now, downside, some people say, oh, I'm not going to get a permit. I drive you around every day and show you those guys' problem. But we need to be business. So we could have Chris's report sent back to us on what the analysis was, and then think about, is there what's it called? A lot of timing, we put the fee up too much. People.
All right.
The other side is I am definitely opposed to tapping into this reserve. We just dug a 79,272 hole by misguessing. So I'm really cautious about tapping into this reserve. I think Deb's approach and the accounting principles that he is required to apply. So we need to pay attention to for next year.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
And through the chair, I think one thing in this current draft budget, which we are currently struggling with, is the budget for permit fees in 2025. Right now, we're setting it around $900,000, which is probably too high based on the way things are looking right now. It could change over the next couple of months in terms of construction.
So keep that in mind. What we'll do is we'll keep going through the speakers. We're going to break it in a couple minutes for public time. So no motions at this time. Just consider them if you're going to. Okay. So Hewitt, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. If you could bear with me, I've got a question. Well, 2 questions. So looking at S103, there are 2 different reserves. One being the building department reserve and the building legal reserve fund. In those, can we just draw from either of those as we require? Or is that second one specific to something? The name says it does?
Yeah, through the chair, the name is only based on direction from the board. There's nothing restricting the use of those reserves for different purposes.
Okay, because then my supplemental question was, it looks like we're essentially taking everything out of that reserve then, because we're taking 146,000, only putting 35.5 back in if I was using just that 96,000, that would put us in a deficit. So we're essentially just gonna have 35.5 if I'm doing my math correctly.
So through the chair, you're doing your math correctly, but these reserves in and outs in the service right now are all vehicle related. So the 146 matches the capital expense you see at the bottom, that's related to vehicle purchases that are due for the building inspection service. And the 35.5 is the vehicle reserve contribution, annual contribution that's going back into the vehicle reserve. So there currently is no stabilization or legal reserve being pulled. So the amounts you see on that sheet are the amounts that are gonna be there if this budget stays the same.
So that's the separate reserve, that vehicle.
Yeah, that's the vehicle reserve that's
is.
held in S100.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I just want to be cognizant of public time. What time is it? Graham, we got one more minute, but we can. Okay. All right, let's go to, if we can stop sharing for a minute. Well, for now, just so I can see everybody. So members of the public in the room, if you'd like to come and ask a question, by all means.
Thank you for providing this meeting for the public. There are two things that we would request copies of today if possible. A copy of the reserve report, because you are discussing the reserves and we can't see what any of those numbers are. And I was just contacted by the Silverton mayor as well. She cannot see it either, so she's also asking that to be added today. So we can get a copy of that. I'll be here all afternoon. Your copy would be great. We also request, if there's possible, a description of every account, because sometimes the title doesn't really describe what it's for or the area that it applies to, so that would be helpful. And similar to what you mentioned earlier, the whole topic around reserves, it seems that there isn't any clarity around what the goal is in terms of the financial number that you're trying to achieve with reserves. And so my understanding is you're putting money into reserves to cover replacement costs, but then when it comes time to actually replace those things, you're preferring to maintain the reserve amount than you are using the money for its intended purpose. So the whole reserve topic, it looks like it's very confusing. You haven't established any sort of policies about the financial goals that you're trying to achieve with each budget, which then makes it difficult for you all to understand how much money you should be designating into those accounts. And then there's a discussion of whether the priority is to remain, to keep the money in reserves or to actually use it for what its intended purposes. So for today, if we can get those reports, that would help us. And then as well, the whole topic of the reserve thing, I can appreciate that you all would like some better structure around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. The best thing we can provide to you right now on how we'll do that is definitely the asset management plan. As mentioned, our water systems have that now. So then we'll have it for rec, we'll have it for all our major assets. And then depending on the service, is there an asset? Is there not an asset? So that's all very much what will come out of our asset management planning to give us that best guidance. But as we go, we definitely explore that. Again, the questions such as, is there capital coming? Do we need that capital? And then we'll have numbers we can have goals for, and that's the purpose of that. Stuart?
Just through the chair, Corinne, when you said description of the accounts, are you talking about description of the reserve? When you asked for a description of something.
No, the reserve report that you're all working off of is not available to the
Yeah,
public.
we could definitely post that, yeah.
And then, for example, I was looking at some of your latter, say 108 development services. There's no description on what that is, who it applies to, which communities actually need to incorporate this, or there's just no information given to the public as to what these services are actually providing money towards.
Okay, so description of the services is what you're looking for.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Are there other members of the public in the audience? Do you want to ask us a question?
have a question about a couple of slides.
If you can just come up so we can hear you, folks online
Yeah,
can't.
I'm gonna ask them when I keep those slides up, it's probably gonna, I'm coming off my phone. And
Okay.
it's just your assessment slides, you have two of them. One yours is the first, and then a secondary one that also applies to the taxation. And I'm just not understanding the numbers correctly.
And just popping it back.
Something I'm missing.
So it's the assessment slide?
Yeah, so this first one that you have, I think it's, I don't know, here's the slide 12.
Paper.
I'm okay, I can see it on my phone. So.
I think go where the red line
There we
is.
go, so we start with that one, and the bottom numbers are 2.3 and then 2.2, and this is, I know you said that, headers were wrong, 24 to 25, so that's 23, 24. And so when I look, I'm just gonna look at area J, because that's where I am, and I see it says 4.1% total change. But then when we go to the next slide, to the slide 2 after,
There you
it
go. Yeah.
changes to area J is now 9.4, and the number changed because it was 1. And so then I don't understand why. It was
Okay, yeah, good to, you might have picked up on something, so we'll have to clarify.
okay, because then I think
Next version.
if it's 9, it looks like it went down with the total taxation from the assessment,
Yeah.
but, so I don't know which number's right. Did Mike, was the taxation and we're higher than taxation assessment, or, so
Yeah.
the numbers just don't match to me on those 2 slides.
Okay, yeah, thank you for bringing that forward, we'll.
And I'll just comment that I think I echo everybody's here, that the taxation rates are just too much to manage. I think in area J, I've seen almost 30% over 5 years, and it's ridiculous. And if we try to plan for that for the next 5 years, it's atrocious. And I just think we have to find somewhere, some way to lower this. And if that's looking at core services, or if that's looking at staffing levels in all areas of our departments, we have to figure out something. And I understand that sacrifices have to be made, but we can't continue to have 7 to 10 to 12% increases annually in our taxation. I don't think it is too much to ask for all the residents. Those would be my comments.
Thank you very much. I'm just gonna check online if there is anybody, thanks for sharing, and if you can take it down again. Is there anybody online who'd like to ask us a question? Feel free to unmute. We'll ask you again to see if it takes a moment. If you're on the phone, I believe it's *6. Okay, I think that's good. Do we want to, we'll do another 10 minutes of building inspection. I see a hand, and then we'll take a break.
I was just gonna offer that I'm ready on the go if they give me UFG anytime.
Oh, we'll get to you when we get to you.
You're all welcome.
You're on the list, you're here. And then for Mayor Gordon, I think you can just, it's in our email, you could probably just forward it to her.
I did.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor Gordon, that reserve sheet is in your email from your director, your counselor who is the director. Okay, so do we want another 10 minutes on building inspection right now? Okay. Further discussion. Director Graham, you were last on the list, but you were good? Okay. Anyone else then? Maine and then Lockwood. Sorry, I saw Maine first, sorry. Okay, Maine.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. This is a general comment. On the individual sheets, like the sheet for Silverton that shows 23, 24, 25, it would be really helpful to me if the percentage of change was indicated for each of the items instead of just at the very end when it says, some ridiculous increase percentage. But it's not broken out. So I have to sit and go through each service and figure out the percentage of change. It would be really helpful to have that included.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, the percentage in change in the requisition or the rate per thousand?
And in the requisition.
So Lockwood, and then can you put Tierney on the list?
I just want the crowd here to know that Salmo, we have a contract that, our staff gets 10% of our building permits. And we probably do 50% of the work, in order to help our residents around. And it's not because the RDCK doesn't do the work, it's because we know our community. And I just want all of you guys to know that we are contributing to this, even though it doesn't look like it on paper.
Okay. Tierney was next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, those two vacant positions that we're not gonna fill at the present time. Will those impact any particular area more than others, or spread out over the whole regional district?
Through the chair, they were both based in Nelson.
Both based in Nelson?
Yeah.
I think the removal of the staff positions is it's a moving target. I think with our current economy, we're seeing the permits fees down, so we're accounting for that. But of course, building is not static. And so seeing how that affects us in 2025, there could be impacts due to that if all of a sudden building picks up. So it's, we removed it because we don't have it right now, but that's what the board needs to be aware of. Newell, sorry, was Newell next?
Just, as I recall, 2 years ago, we couldn't fill the positions and we were hiring people that weren't trained and did our own training program. So just highlighting what you were saying about is that accurate? Am I remembering?
Yep.
That's accurate. So just highlighting what you were saying. So, okay.
I think at the time it was noted, and I think it's still consistent, that building inspectors are one of the difficult to come by, especially in the training levels needed, and they move around a lot. Yeah. Okay, further discussion? I think we might as well just break at this point instead of starting a whole new service. We've got 3 minutes until noon. We good with that? Okay. Take a break, and by all means, if you have ideas, check in with your finance folks. We ready here? Thanks. Okay, let's just check. We have David off. Hello, David off.
Yep, can you hear me okay, Chair?
Yeah, we got you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Lunn, are you there? She's on there, but we'll just watch her. And then do we have anyone from New Denver? Okay. Okay, we'll keep walking. Oh, hi, Jess. We just can't hear you. Do you want to unmute, Jess, and make sure we can hear you? Can you hear us?
Hi, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, there you go. Thanks.
Thank you.
And Director Davidoff, can you mute?
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're back. Everybody's back? Okay, right before we get back into the agenda as proposed, I'd like to suggest that we move a motion to have another special budget meeting the week of board week in March, the Tuesday of. That it doesn't mean we'll shorten what we're doing today. We're still going to get through everything we can today, but then it gives us some space to come back with other motions. We could consider some of the reserve conversations we've had. So I'm curious if the board, we don't need a motion, but I just want to see if people would appreciate that. So looking to the table, Jackman, Newell, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a yes.
Always like to appear in person. That night, I was hoping we were with the Hallings, much more so now because they had a structural failure in the post. That morning, we had a special committee, all whole, where Preston invited us to discuss the airport master plan. So I think that the expectation is much more of a spiritual that afternoon. And so my peers are tied up in the same stuff.
Well, the executive could work out some specifics around timing. Virtual is always an option. I just wanted to give us, we canceled the January because we we did find last year there was a lot of changes that happened, so it makes for a difficult conversation to be precise. But then in losing that day, we're really compacting everything into today. So that's the option we have in front of us. Of course, we changed the way we did things this year, so we're kind of on the fly trying to make a bit more space. I've got Newell saying, yes, that would be good. Director Hanegraaff, okay, would anybody not like that?
I won't be able to make that meeting. I've got medical appointment that
Okay.
day.
I haven't even looked at my schedule, but for staff, I know I already checked in with you, we'd make it work.
Yeah, through the chair, the meeting can work. The only issue is you're late in the game for getting the changes into a document for Thursday's board meeting, which is essentially getting on the addenda on the Wednesday. So that's the tight part, not the meeting itself.
Should we do it
But it's,
the week before?
but I just want to clarify again that not doing any meeting would mean that stuff could happen the day of the board meeting, which is way tighter.
Yeah, through the chair.
Yeah, Chair, I would support something the week before, please.
Okay, can we just have the executive take it away and then we could possibly just do a doodle poll?
LGLA.
Yeah, LGLA is the week before. I don't want us to work around dates right now. At this time, we would aim for that Tuesday, but the executive will work on a doodle poll and figure out the best day, okay? Okay. So in general, we're in favor of another day. We'll work out the dates. No one's opposed to that. Likely a half, but we'll wait and see. We'll do our best, okay? Do it.
I don't need to really, the Councillor Maine and, or Director Maine and I will be FC on that.
The week of March board meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately, yeah.
Well, your alternates can participate then?
I haven't heard back from my.
Okay. Well, regardless, you would have had to figure out that week, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Director Davidoff, can you mute again or?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, it's also spring break and people may be busy and gone. I know I have commitments at that time. Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, we're also trying to achieve meeting your needs to take time to process things in the most efficient way. So we'll find a common ground.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you for that. And we will go back to you. Yeah.
Waiting for the presentation to come back up.
It's frozen on that one.
Okay, just one moment. Now try it.
There you go.
So S104 planning, 18% increase in requisitions, receiving a fair amount of provincial funding to address housing regulation, and a list of projects there. Area IOCP completion, subdivision, servicing bylaw, housing needs assessment, floodplain plan, and regional local community needs project.
That's it for that page.
That is it for that page. One question that will probably come up is the accumulated operating surplus entry for 439 that basically offsets the grants that are shown above.
Can I ask, what is the 18% increase directly related to? Is that staffing increases? Is that, what's the increase for?
Like with the numbers, about 8% staff increase. Budget staff.
Okay, staff, can you provide a bit more articulation on what that is?
Through the chair, part of it is the service was running a $50,000 surplus the year before, so that coming forward doesn't exist. The surplus this year is entirely related to grant funds that we are holding, some of which doesn't have a budget for it yet, so that's why it's sitting in that accumulated operating surplus low, because we don't know, particularly the $250,000 around the regional growth initiatives. We haven't received direction or prepared a budget on how we're going to allocate that or what's the plan is for those funds.
Popoff, Jack and Graham, sorry, you were gonna ask a question. Did you get your answer? Do you want all of the list?
Thank you. The other question is this bumping contract, contracted services going from 15 to 238 again.
Sangita, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, the contracted services is associated with the projects with accumulated surplus, I believe. For the housing, the regional and local community needs project, there was a big grant for that, and now we're going to continue it on into 2025. That's what that large sum, I think that I saw $180,000 there. Yeah, and
180 is really.
Can you please answer the questions?
yeah, and then there's some money for
Sangita, I'm sorry, when you sit back there and talk, we can't hear you online.
so there's a combination of money for that regional, local community needs project. There's funding for the floodplain bylaw review. So those are all grant funded projects, including the housing needs, which was recently updated. So that was here in 2025. So the last two projects, floodplain bylaw and the community needs project. Although I don't think the floodplain bylaw funding, we just got approval to apply for it, so that shouldn't be in the budget. But I can look into it.
Through the chair, it's $180,000 for the contracted services related to the Complete Communities project. So that was the workshop update that you had this week. And then $58,000 related to the remainder on the housing needs assessment. And both of those are grant funded.
Those are your questions, Director Graham? Okay, then I've got Pop-Up and Jackman.
That was my question about the contracted services.
Okay, Jackman?
So thanks, building on that, some good segues today. So, yeah, 18% of the taxation, $170,000. Roughly half, 93,000 is salaries and benefits related. And some of that effort will be towards our unfunded portion potentially of these projects. So, of course, we want to make sure that out of this accumulated surplus, we're taking every dollar we can from these grants and not taxing for the staff time, but making sure we use as much money as possible in the grants. But the other observations, based on conversations Wednesday morning, I'm not going to quite be doing this much work on the environmental ticketing docket, which has diminishing returns. If you do 3 out of 5, it's not as if you say 40%, but there's some that's worth. I'm not sure what was allowed in terms of staff time coordination for how we view driven 100 versus an approach shifting as we discussed, and that may free up some expectation staff requirements. I look at the regional needs assessment as, yeah, I want to see the data that the consultants down the path, but maybe we could tell them these planned virtual sessions may not yield anything. I think we've heard conversations about the relevance. So maybe we won't get much of a refund from the consultant for not doing that, but it may actually substantially reduce our staff requirement. And I don't want to do something that gives us potentially distorted data. So maybe there could be a relaxation on expected work plan, volume of work for staff on that. The housing needs, I think all the municipalities have not got this. They really know what they're doing. And hopefully we can relax our amount of effort that we're thinking needs to go to the housing needs. So between now and the next meeting, maybe senior management can think this through. If we've done a little bit of shifting in what we're gonna do beyond, like, we're not gonna do the ultimate of every grant program, or do everything that we possibly could do. And then staff be returning to core work, maybe relax that expectation of needing another $93,000 as part of that. Request for $93,000 more for salaries and benefits. Also then, I don't know if either Yev or Stuart had anything to suggest out of this, it's $439. Have we extracted every penny from grant funding that can offset the staff costs?
Through the chair, I think that's a discussion that we still have to have after I've taken a look at the budgets. There are some funds that we are anticipating returning to the province. So I'd like to see that what kind of work we've done so far and whether or not any of those funds could be allocated to time spent. Yeah.
So I'm gonna comment, you're good, Director Jackman?
Yeah, it's the takeaway.
Okay.
We'll hear about.
So with planning specifically, first, just to note, municipalities are not a part of this service. And so just in terms of explaining who's in a service, planning is specifically rural areas. We have several projects in here that are not limited to rural areas. And so I just want to identify that there is some staff from that department that, such as the Community Needs Project, is bridging those areas. I have expressed concerns with planning over the years, so I'd still express those concerns. We really need to get to our core servicing, and I would like to suggest that we use an extreme caution around new grants to do new things while we continue to not be up to speed on our core needs, which is planning. So I do have a lot of concerns with this service in terms of how big and wide it can get with all the grants that come in and how much we're trying to do and how well intended it is, while still not achieving the tangible things we have to achieve. So I don't think it requires any kind of motion or direction, but in terms of the Community Needs Project, obviously Stephanie's working on that. That's a planning staff component. Is there any of that should be moving to an appropriately shared service to address that? We're really looking at fringe planning in urban areas as one example. So I'm kind of going off. I think overall what I'd like to see is we are going to see a planning work plan review, but it's really piecemeal, and we're not piecemealing stuff. The more staff talks about regionalizing what we're doing. So we need to review how the service is working, and we need to get back to core servicing. And I really want to caution any new grants for new projects while we have what we have outstanding. Vandenberg?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, was he? No, sorry, Lockwood, it's two eyes, sorry.
I know that municipalities are not paying into this, but when you talk about the thing that we just did with Stephanie the other day, municipalities did pay. So I don't want, like, we got a grant and we forwarded that
Yes.
grant. So I don't want the public thinking that municipalities are riding on the backs of the electoral areas, that we are paying our share.
I'm sorry, the correction is that definitely the grants provided to the municipalities were pooled with that. The staffing component remains in planning. So that was I'm sorry, important clarification. You're on the list. Page, please, Sangeeta.
So through the chair to clarify, some of that staffing cost is being covered through the grant funding as well.
Great.
But I'll provide more detail on that.
Okay. The workshop just really highlighted that there's a disconnect between what are rural doing, what's municipal, and that disconnect needs to be addressed for it to be really efficient. I will rephrase that. Thank you, Director Lockwood. Vandenberg, Main, then Page.
I just wanted to be clear. So is this a direction of staff? Because as Director Jackman has pointed out and yourself, this project shifting the return to core services, is that understood? So the next time that we get together, we can review that again.
Yeah, through the chair, definitely.
Thank you.
And I just to reemphasize what I said, that I'm also saying that to us as a table that gives direction and votes on things. So I'm sharing it with staff, but I'm also saying when we see those projects, let's all be mindful about what's outstanding. And I'm sorry, I keep speaking. It's important. I appreciate Lockwood clarifying for me those notes. Main and Page.
Yeah, through the chair, some of those grant projects are projects that are required by the province.
Yes.
So it's not, maybe we need to find a different way of handling those, but those are not grant/projects that we can just say, oh no, we're not interested.
Housing needs being the main one.
Yeah.
Yes, that's very true. Page.
Just quickly adding to what Mayor Lockwood was saying, is that fever of activity that happens on those fringes being in the rural area, the clarity that we have, or the planning department has on what that looks like and what that could look like, I think falls pretty squarely within core planning needs on top of those needs. And that clarity is a shared responsibility because there's staff time from the city that's also being put to that on top of the administration costs. So it's good for us all to have really good, clear land use planning, especially with this high activity and high pressure for activity.
100%. So are there any more discussions on the budget? Go ahead, Graham.
Yeah, just my question is like, why are we bumping up to adding another $20,000 in reserves on this year when there is already 25,000 in reserves?
Through the chair, the 25,000 is something that we did have in previous financial plans that was removed one year to reduce the requisitions. The 25,000 in the reserve right now, based on the legal fees that we incurred last year, is probably not enough. Now, you could play with the 25 and do something a little bit lower and try to build that up, but the legal expense that's starting to come on through planning through the enforcement issues that we're having, that's the biggest reason for building a reserve, because they don't have the fees in the service the way we do in building inspection. They're only in that $50,000 a year range.
Supplemental, Graham, or that's good? Director Lund?
Yeah, I don't want to, it's a little bit off topic, but not really, just in response to your comment about giving direction to staff in terms of not accessing grants and just sticking to our list. I'm curious if, is that something that we should resolve?
Well, I wasn't giving direction to staff as like, don't bring new grants forward. I was just giving a cautionary note over, we need to be really mindful when we have a new opportunity, but we have outstanding items. So when it's presented to us, we need to be mindful of that. But no, I'm not looking to direct staff to say no more grants, but we have to be more mindful about how much extra we're doing on top of core, I guess is what I was saying.
Yeah. And I'd just say it might be a conversation that we have at the table. So if it was brought forward in terms of work plan or whatnot, that would be great.
Well, I think that's where I'm highlighting the disparity, because planning of itself through rural affairs, we have had several planning workshops where we're trying to figure out how to deal with everything we have there. Municipal directors haven't participated in that, and it's a disconnect that is part of the service design. And it's important to include you in that. So there's work to be done there. I guess is just what I'll say. And I think overall, just we have a lot of extra that we do with good intentions, but we're going to be mindful about core servicing and where we're at. That's what I'm highlighting. And by all means, if we want to bring that to the table or the work plan workshop, that'd be great.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I didn't mean to elicit such a debate on that. Pop-off?
Yeah, just a question there. I see we're contributing 27.6 into reserves. Why are we doing that?
That was just the question answered.
I missed that.
Through the chair, $2,600 is the vehicle reserve and 25,000 is the stabilization reserve for planning.
Okay. Okay, we're good? Okay. Emergency consolidated services. I saw Dan come in. So Yev is going to present. Dan's available. Thank you. Oh, okay, great.
You have to go sit by Yev.
Wherever you're comfortable. No, we need to be able to hear you.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hey, thank you, through the chair. So I am presenting A101, which is the Emergency Consolidated Service. And you'll see that there are 7 S services that pay into A101. So that's from S157 to S153. And you'll note in that it's just a little bit invisible in that slide, is that Nelson and Crescent are only participate in the emergency support services portion of A101. So when I get to talking about the projects, so the OTRs on the next slide, just keep that in mind. And that Castlebar doesn't participate in the A101 budget. So the long and short story of it is in 2024, we had 988,938 that went to requisition, whereas in 2025 we'll be at 1,008,821 for a 2% overall increase. There are some of the S services that, well, all the S services have different percentage increases between 24 and 25, and much of that has to do with the changes in assessed values, except for S157 and S160, because emergency support services, the way that IT was being charged in prior years, they shifted their model in 2025. So ESS is a lower, it is being delivered at a lower cost. So those two particular S services don't have as big an increase this year. I think the big good news story to me in looking at the budget this year is that while we added a third a third emergency program coordinator in 2024 through the board's direction. And we have been asked to find or to get EMCR to pay for 50% of their salary and benefits. Even though EMCR said no to that in 2024, we're 25 now. In 2024, we were able to find enough in the budget to only have a $20,000 maybe $19,000 like that. Ariel figured it out. Sorry, so even though there was that, it was about a $50,000 ask that we went to ENCR with for to cover 50% of that salary. And so that would have been a $50,000 increase, but we were able to adjust the rest of the budget so that we're only experiencing a $19,000 increase. And that includes any CPI increases that we have across the rest of the budget. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, or question. I don't know.
We can do questions as we go if you'd like.
Well, maybe I'll learn it in the next slide.
Are there other questions at this time? Okay, go ahead, Dan.
It's about the additional percentage for Area K. I'm reading into it. It has to do with the assessed values. And I think you're going to be speaking to how the taxation piece works. But I reviewed it with Matt right before, so I also saw so it's an 8.2% increase, and specifically Area K is a bigger bump than everywhere else. And my understanding is that it has to do with the changes in the assessed values of your particular area of the homes.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'd rather head through the chair so that people online can hear your question.
Yeah, through the chair, Area K has the largest increase in assessed value, 10.5% of all the areas in the municipality, so it picks up a greater share of the cost of the services.
And through the chair, what's in the cusp?
And the village of Nakusp is 7.5.
Right, so that's it.
So about a 33% rate increase in the village of Nakusp.
Supplemental, go ahead.
Supplemental through the chair. That doesn't really need anything on the ground then per household then, what you're stating, does it increase per household? The assessed value obviously increases per household, which also makes that service increase per household, is that correct?
The assessed value, yeah, it's driven by assessed value, so, but it's driven by relative assessed value. So just because the assessed value increases doesn't mean the cost of service increases. Dan does his budgets, and then how it's allocated between the Cusp and Area K depends on the proportion of assessed value between K and S. So K increased more, so this year it took a greater share than the Cusp did. We'll assess that.
So when you get to the individual household, their assessment will determine on an individual level how much did that go up. So there's a general increase, but each house has its own assessment, which by rate per thousand will determine did yours go up. So Castle and D often have this back and forth. D is also the second highest one for assessed decrease, $1 million homes in unzoned areas. So I pick up a bigger share of the shared services with Caslo. And then 1 year it'll flip. Were there other questions at this time? Graham?
Sorry, I don't think this affects area, but I'm just curious why the roads are being bumped by like $25,000 all of them.
Anybody? Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Following proceed.
Just go ahead, no
Okay.
problem. Sorry.
Through the chair, I'm gonna talk about reserves and a little bit more detail in a moment.
Do you want your question now or?
Yeah, just a clarification
Yeah,
question.
please do.
Through the chair, to you, yeah. What, I'm looking at the page 21 of the draft financial plan with all the assessments. And you say, and I'm just making sure I'm looking at the right numbers. You say area K went up 10%, but here it says 20.5%. And the cuts went up 7, but here it says 14. So like where should I be looking this?
Okay, through the chair, in today's presentation, there's a table that gives the correct changes. The financial plan, there was some numbers that were not entered correctly for the assessed value change. So that will be updated in the next release of the financial plan. But there's a slide called residential converted assessment changes. 23 to 24, it's actually 24 to 25, and that shows the change in assessed value and split between market and non-market change.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll keep going, Dan.
Thank you, through the chair. Oh, no, that's the correct spell. Thank you. So these are the different work orders or projects that align with the delivery of the A101 service. So just briefly, because I overheard, we don't always have an understanding what these descriptions are. So 402 is direct emergency costs. So that's anything that has to do with EOC response, and then it's cost recoverable by the province, which is why you're going to see a zero budget number for 2024 and 2025. In addition to not seeing a budget number, we've added a new allocation service, so A121 is going to also be associated to emergency services, emergency management, so that we're pulling out all the response costs, so that when I'm looking at my budget on a monthly basis, if I have responses during that particular month, I was seeing all the expenses coming through my monthly statements, which makes it really, really difficult to understand, am I over budget, under budget? So we're gonna be pulling all of that out, 2025 going forward, so it'll just clean up our books and make things easier for just understanding where we are for financial management. Then we're going to OPR 403, which is general overhead costs for emergency management and A101 service. And these are things like common costs, lease fees, for the office, admin paperwork, that kind of thing. And the change that we're seeing here is, again, related to how IT has shifted its financial model. So the charges that we used to have there for $37-ish thousand are now moved into a different work order. OPR 501 is the general costs that are associated with running the emergency management for the regional district. So that's the delivery of services piece. There's most of the salaries that go into that, cell phone usage, sat phones, etc. We're still using sat phones. And there's a series of different grants that go into that particular work order, which is why you see such a difference in budget numbers. A lot of that has to do with the budget. The other thing I'll point out is that what we're seeing on this slide, I think we got it updated, reflects the decision that the board made yesterday to enter into a contribution agreement with CBT for $230,000 over 2 years, which has $160,000. Is that 160? Should we remember that? $160,000 for 2025. We've also got the Indigenous Engagement Requirement Grant showing up there. We have a SEP grant, which I can't remember what it stands for, but it's essentially Emergency Operations Center improvements that go into that. And we've got a small prior year surplus that's also showing up as a result of timing. We hired 2 EPCs, 2 emergency program coordinators last year. And it was just a timing difference from when we had budgeted that person would start and when we actually started to pay them, which is why we're seeing a slight surplus there. And from an expense standpoint, but this is also where we're seeing the third emergency program coordinator salary showing up, where we didn't have that last year, so the third position that's new to the department and our EPC position that's new to the department, so that's showing up there now. And that is one of the places, OPR 501 is one of the work orders where IT is now being billed, which also increases that particular work order. Moving on to OPR 502, that's the Emergency Operations Center overhead. And these are costs that are not recoverable by ANCR. So we've got a portion of these costs. It used to have some IT charges. I'm sorry, I don't have any note on that. The IT charges, I'm not sure about that one. I think there is a portion of it. I think it might be 37,000. And some salary related benefits costs when we go into response. So EMCR covers incremental staffing costs, but not, so incremental staffing costs for overtime, but we don't cover benefits. So for example, last year in 2024, we had, this is off the top of my head, I think it was like $33,000-ish of overtime, or specifically benefits for overtime. And so we have to pay for that, so we carry that in OPR 502. And we had $60,000 surplus from 2024 in OPR 502. And the big reason why that happens, specifically in that work order, is that we've got costs that are preemptive in case we need to do standby, but that has to be a dynamic. We can't know at the beginning of the year how many hours of standby we're going to need. We were activated so much that we didn't need as many standby funding, and we also have funding that goes into the EOC director pay when if I'm not the one that's sitting in the EOC director seat. We have one of our EPCs coming in that there's an equity of pay to the director level of position because they take on the entirety of the responsibility of the position. We didn't spend as much as we had budgeted for, so we take that and that is the surplus that we're carrying over because we might need it in 2025. As part of these expenses too, emergency program, $54,000 of IT costs go into that. We also pay a portion of GIS, which you might have already talked about, I don't know. We did, great. That emergency management pays for GIS services throughout the year. That comes out of the district budget, as well as a transfer of other service for fire services. To pay for this one is the amount of time and resources that the Emergency Operations Center uses to cover fire services. Moving right along to OPR 503, emergency support services. So ESS, you see there's a reduction there, and the biggest difference is the IT costs that have moved into a different work order, and then the rest of the shift is related to grant projects. And what's essentially in the ESS and grant projects, so we get CEF grants that go in that are for EOC, and we get CEF grants that are for ESS support program, and then the rest goes to organization. So that includes some salaries, includes some support for our ESS teams that are across the regional district. OPR 505 has to do with operational fuel treatments for wildfire risk mitigation. And in this particular case, we had Sellis Creek, which was the last fuel treatment that we were grant funding last year. And that year, and so that finished in 2024. We're carrying some of the costs and going into 2025 that had yet to be recovered from the grantor. And we'll likely end up, this is still in the works, but we're going to likely end up with a accumulated operating surplus of $46,000 there. But that's still being worked out between the funder because there was some there was some questions on just how we were functioning with that project. OPR 507 is our Fire Smart program. Fire Smart program is 100% grant funded through UBC and CRI grants. And typically, a regional district applies for $750,000. This year, we're also eligible because we were fire impacted, fire affected permits from last year, which gives us access to 2 extra slices of $100,000. One is for fuel treatments on regionally district owned lands, and the other one is $100,000 because we were fire affected. So those have not yet been confirmed with the funder, so we're waiting to finish our application before I can tell you specifically what the fund is with that particular request. You'll see.
You have questions on this one, but.
Yep.
Okay, Jackman, go ahead.
Well, I just want to be listening to the whole work. I have questions, I'm sure for them.
Okay. Well, I'm the first on the list and technically I let you guys go first, so go ahead.
You chair, you've spoken a few times. You said there's 2024 generally the standby on surplus, which you carry forward and help the whole. But instead of a surplus, prior surplus, of course, we have a big prior deficit. I think you explained some of it, like in the fuel treatment cost recovery. But looking at the budgets for that, that's not all of it. We're waiting on a big chunk of EOC cost recovery still from the province. I think stories from the mentioned that before. Like what comprises 242,386 negative revenue line in 2025.
Either one of you.
Yep, through the chair, there are, so if you're looking at the budget that you received, there's about $1 million-ish that are come out of OPR 402 for cost recoverable funds from last summer's events. So we're still waiting on that. There's also roughly $310,000 expected from the CRI grant that we haven't yet received, that only gets received once we do our final reports, our Fire Smart grant. So coming into OPR 507. There's also $278,000 coming from municipalities for a Fire Smart program, for 2024 program delivery for Fire Smart.
So to build on that, to me, those are all kind of hidden layers under what 1.6 million grants specified, as well as all of these items you're seeing here. The breakdown is hidden to me, so I appreciate you saying Fire Smart 100% grant funding has jumped up by million. But nothing's 100% grant funded because you spend time on it, you spend time on it, so you already have spent time on it. Is that 100% grant funded? So that's, these are big numbers. And not to say you don't want to do what's right for our constituents in terms of fuel treatments or whatever, the money's there, but it's nice to see what does 100% grant fund actually come out to? Is it 100% plus 10%? And to me, all those numbers are hidden in there somewhere. And possibly rationalize exactly what's free and what's as a free attached to it, which is federal taxation through transfer from other services.
Go ahead.
Through the chair. Absolutely. So I can't speak to how we make things more transparent other than through the certification and make it more from the finance department standpoint. But when it comes to Fire Smart, I can't speak to Stuart's particular wage and how much time he spends on Fire Smart, but when it comes to Norm, myself, all the wildfire mitigation specialists, our Fire Smart coordinator, our administrative coordinator, all of us have a portion of our salary that comes out of Fire Smart relative to the amount of effort we put into it. So we try to get as much cost recovery for staffing, specifically for Fire Smart, when we have a project. And when we do a fuel treatment project, we also include a portion of the disaster mitigation and adaptation. So Laura's session mitigation adaptation advisor's salary that comes out of those.
So just to close on that, the statement should never be 100% grant funded. We could say that something would accept a grant which covers 100% of our costs, excluding senior management team, about ODA. And at some point, the pressure on the senior management team does matter. So it's nice to be able to understand that. Especially when these are all coming at you left, right, and center, and you got 30 days to respond. I get an understanding of that percentage of pressure is on senior management.
Dan, can I just check, were you done with this slide? I thought you said you were about to flip slides and that's why I went to questions.
Oh, I'm misspoken. I can speak to the two last.
Finish the slide, my apologies, and then I'll go with my questions and anyone else's. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. So OPR 510 has to do with wildfire mitigation. So it's any of the overhead costs that we have when it comes to wildfire mitigation, which includes, again, a portion of my salary, a portion of the disaster mitigation adaptation senior advisor. And there's also a grant funded project in this one that has to do with a regional ArcGIS project that we're working on through the regional roundtable that's grant funded through CBT, and also because we're the contractor, but we participate in that in kind. That's our contribution as CBT likes to do, where there has to be a component of often or a in-kind contribution. OPR 677 is new as of 2025. The work that was being accomplished in a particular work order used to live in A101 in A108, and that is a legacy from the NDMP work that was done through the regional district. And so when we were talking about the Creston Valley Flood Management Project yesterday, or when we talked about the risk tolerance policy and we're about to go into RFP, that's where this work is being done through. So it's broken out as a work order, and a reminder, there's no service yet attached to any flood mitigation work. So it sits in the broader regional approach to emergency management that's obviously including the core of emergency management. So what you find in that one is grant funded risk tolerance policy for about 130,000 and the CVF Crescent Valley Flood Management Project for about 173-ish. And it included some salaries and some expenses for legal opinions should be needed.
Okay. So pop-up, I'm on the list, but we can go to the end. Pop-up, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I might have missed that, Dan, is OPR 510, you mentioned something about CVT funding?
OPR 510, yes, so OPR 510 is wildfire mitigation overhead, and we have CVT funding in place to run a regional project, an interagency regional project with BC Wildfire Service, ourselves, and FINES, First Nations Emergency Services, who are amazing, and also Ministry of Forests for an ArcGIS project. So we're overlaying different types of risks and field treatments onto the same map across different agencies so that we get a fuller picture. It's something that's not being done anywhere else. It should be a provincial responsibility, but CBT was fabulous in supporting the cost of that project.
Okay, that's the part that I missed with the overlaying of the project, whatever.
Good.
Great, thank you.
I'm gonna build off that last one there, Dan, because we do know through the EDMA work that they're developing a dashboard based on risk management. So I hope they would be coming. I did mention LiDAR work with them when I was on that committee, but that dashboard, that information you just highlighted would be critical in a dashboard. So hopefully the province will come to us for what do we already have. My question was actually related to wildfire mitigation, operational fuel treatments. Not so much the numbers, but how we plan for those, because we have CWRPs we have some that have been updated, we have some that we're updating. But currently the only place I see us enacting those recommendations short of the Fire Smart program is when a project may come to us through, like the Sallis Creek project. So how can we start working on some of those recommendations when we talk about fuel mitigation in the WUI, wildland urban interface, as per recommended through our CWRPs? How do we best integrate those in to, because during the right process, of course, I had one in Woodbury midterm, or mid-budget, so it didn't fall into the budget. So how do we prioritize those or get those in the work plan?
Thank you, through the chair. It's a great question. So my hope, so right now is the regional roundtable, the wildfire risk reduction group works to look at different risks and try to prioritize them across the regional district. Something that isn't yet happening, but is an intention on our team when we have time to do it, is looking at all the CWRPs, bringing in all the areas of interest and applying a criteria to it to prioritize all the different fuel treatment areas, or the areas of interest. They're not specific fuel treatments in the CWRPs, to be able to address and assess which one we want to start with. So it's not, right now, it's really done when there's a project that comes up. Like, so somebody says, we've got this project that we'd love to do, it's something that we look at. And then if something's identified through the regional roundtable or the wildfire risk reduction table, that one gets prioritized, and if there's funding for it and interest for it, that's how we're moving forward, is my understanding.
Okay. Supplemental to that is, that's great. I think the unpredictable component is when we have a licensee working in the WUI, where all of a sudden, we have a CWRP that says, hey, this is a high risk, it's an area of interest. Planning for that, I don't know how you do that, but that is something that somehow has to be integrated, because that's generally where we have ideally an opportunity with someone already going in, doing something, and we can advocate for mitigation while they do what they do. Of course, we also know that that gets contentious because our version of mitigation can be quite counter to their need to harvest for merchantable timber. So I'll stop there, but just that's another consideration in the WR roundtable is how do you address those opportunities, because you can't plan for them.
And we're having this discussion offline as well, so there's a lot more to that particular conversation. I think the thing that's important to highlight with the CWRP is that it doesn't necessarily take into consideration afterwards. There's logging above. So it's not necessarily that we're worried about the logging that we're doing, the practices that they're doing, although personally I am, and there are challenges with that. And what I have influence over as a local authority versus the province is also a challenge. But what we're seeing in that particular case is I'm worried about what's happening downstream, downslope, not because of fire. They're actually going to be better off when it comes to fire, because we've got a big fire break now. However, they're leaving behind something that might be more susceptible to debris flows, slides, etc. And a CWRP actually doesn't speak to that, regardless of what they do above in terms of forestry practices. But it's definitely, as we're talking about offline, something we have to figure out. And it might be something that the board wants to look at as part of your work plan at some point, as an offer, to look at what the policy is and what we want to do as a local authority, so that we don't overstretch ourselves and start putting our opinion where we don't necessarily have subject matter expertise.
Yeah, and I apologize, I don't want us to go too much down the hole that takes us away from budget today. These are really critical conversations. I do have Jacqueline for a second time, but we have others at this time, specifically to the budget or whatnot. Go ahead, Graham.
Thank you, so through the chair. So one of my biggest struggles with these budgets has been these allocation services. And I really struggle, and I think the public would agree, as to how do we ascertain which allocation service belongs to which S service, and from that figure out which participants are in these. So I've struggled with this since the start, we're struggling now.
Was it helpful?
No, go ahead, just go ahead.
Was it helpful to see the first slide that articulates which area and which municipality is attached to the specific service?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, can you go back a slide?
It's a bigger question, right?
Yeah, so through the chair, specifically to A101, these are the 7 services that pay into it, but we can definitely prepare something that helps directors with what services are funding which A services for sure, but these are the participants and the services that support A101.
I didn't get the same total when I totaled up all those services, budgets. So like what you're saying, sorry through the chair is yes, please, but can we get some kind of explanation on what's going on with these allocation services? Thank you.
I think just as I want to own that when I first did a budget here and we looked at emergency services, it was all one or like one or few, like by service area, but the ability, like part of the allocation service model is to be able to see the specifics. So we do that dance. I don't disagree with what you're asking for at all. But it does become this overly complicated thing the more detail you get. And so it does get challenging. I'm grateful to be able to say, okay, what's going here, what's going there, what grant, what program, because it's a very complex program. So I appreciate how detailed we've gotten to know more than we used to. I don't have Jacqueline for a second. I'm sorry.
Sure, thanks. Quick on the field mitigation, community forests are tapped in, and they're getting that ESPC money, and I'm happy with that. Good work on Preston, in particular, there's ESPC. I like allocation services up to the first half dozen or 10. Then they maybe, they're useful and I've even asked for additional ones like for EDC, but what Dan just, through the chair indicated to me is A108 is where I would find the flood mitigation. So this is an issue, and our question from the gallery brought it up nicely. Look at A108 is development services. What is development services? It's a lot. So again, the labeling itself will help us keep the stuff sorted in our heads. And then A21 is not in the package yet, so it's to come. So part of it may be just simplistic labeling, and then I agree, as these get more complex, resource recovery, I think I got it nailed, but probably put your line by line what they are. Do Andy Wilson's good work and others, but some of these are becoming really a little bit nebulous. And too much to grasp when 7 services cross-pollinate to do A101, A108, and future A121, but there's all these, the next slide, all these different, or whatever you want to call them. But now we just have a mash, it's pretty hard for me to be accountable.
Are you good, Director Jackman? Do you have any questions or suggestions? My speaker list is drawing and we got quite a bit to work through.
I would like to see, some kind of matrix that shows us, maybe here's all the money in, here's all the S101 or A101, A108, and sub to that is OC whatever this and this.
Okay.
Just a breakdown, and then you put an X. He's got to pay for this, he's got a matrix that I think would help us see where everything is going.
Thank you. Vandenberg and Leatherhead.
Thank you, Dan. Through the chair, so with your OPR 510, your OPR 677, there is some base reports that I know we talked about this, so you can remind me where to go to get my head back in this. Because as I look at this is I've just learned what CWRPs are, and what they're supposed to do, and it's all part of the risk reduction assessment. So that work identifying potential fuel loads in a given area. And you and I talked about this, then there's, from my point of view, there's the boots on the ground. What solutions are you going to derive from that assessment work where we can actually see boots on the ground? But that's not in here yet, correct? We're just in the assessment stage of wildfire mitigation, flood mitigation, is that correct?
Through the chair, I think I understand your question, but to paraphrase if I understand. So you're wondering, the boots on the ground is actual fuel?
Reducing fuel loads, which is why you're doing all this work, I'm thinking.
Through the chair, that's a portion of it, so part of it is us doing some of the work, but there's also work that BC wildfire brings to it. But they'll say, through your CWRPs, we've understood that there's this risk in this particular area, we're making a recommendation for a fuel treatment in this area, that we're gonna partner with different local authorities or First Nations, for example, to do work. So the short answer is they're in the planning phase. There isn't, I don't have a list of what our fuel modifications or fuel treatments are gonna be for 2025 yet.
Supplemental.
Just to clarify that boots on the ground through Fire Smart is a whole other consideration where you actually have committees actually doing structural mitigation within the residential footprint, which we don't do tangibly, we can fund and support. So just letting you know, there's boots on the ground in the Fire Smart component as well as the WUI component.
So I'm prepared to take this offline because it's me that's struggling with this, trying to understand it, but CWRPs are this tool that identifies stuff. Okay, then you're gonna take that and evaluate that stuff. I wanna know, what are you going to do in my area to mitigate fuel loads for the protection of the community? That's the other part of the stuff that you and I need to take offline, I think. Because I'm not clear as to, I understand that you need money to do this, but what's the outcome, or what are we trying to get to?
So when I asked the similar question earlier in the response on the WR roundtable, that was the answer you would generally get is the roundtable of all the folks involved. We're gonna sit down with all the CWRPs to identify what's called areas of interest and then prioritize them based on that. So that roundtable conversation answer to me was what you would get as well. We'll all be pooled into that to determine, correct? Dan, go ahead.
And through the chair, and I just want to take the opportunity to emphasize that the Fire Smart program, so mitigation at the property level is the most important thing that we should be focusing in on. Each hectare, when it comes from a prescription to a treatment standpoint, each hectare costs $8,600. So it's a drop in the bucket when you're looking at 1 hectare and when you're doing a treatment. So everything that we can do at the property level is always going to be the most important, which is where we're putting a lot of effort. And I'm happy to continue the fuel modification conversations.
Weatherhead.
Thank you.
You're done. Later.
Bye.
Okay, so in terms of this budget, we're at a 2% lift, I believe was the overall. And so are we going to 911 right now? And is that you as well? Nope. That's IT. Or yeah, sorry. So are you good, Dan? Anything else from you?
Through the chair, the next slide was just essentially a recap of what you already have with the addition of the 160,000. So I don't have any more to add, and there's 2 slides that show you what you did for participating in the service. Or what we're looking at least for 2025. That's
okay.
The highlights.
Okay. Everybody good with this one? We can move on to the next. All right. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you.
Over to whoever. Are you doing 911? Yep.
So we think we are actually. So yeah, we were just gonna flip through all this.
For your reading pleasure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't actually have it, it's a thing listing the slide for the 911. So we can either talk about it at the next budget meeting or just go over the financial statement today.
I'm sorry?
To the chair, it's a pretty straightforward budget. We can just go through the sheet.
Okay, we can go through the sheet. I do recognize that in transit's gonna take some time, so I'm being mindful, we still have quite a bit to cover. 911 is page.
It was 2.75.
Thank you. Did you hear that, Jess? It's 375. Is that what you guys said?
75.
75.
75. Yeah.
We're gonna do 911. We just don't have the presentation sheet for it. So if you just go to your financial plan, okay, great. And still no one from New Denver. I'm forgetting to talk to somebody. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so we have a $120,000, $124,000 increase in requisitions. And an increase, one of the primary drivers are increase in contracted services, for 911 and fire dispatch. Equipment is an increase for radio equipment. I think that one needs to be reviewed further, whether it should be under capital or stay under equipment. And then an increased contribution to reserve as well.
All right, I'm still struggling to find the page. 76, here we go. I'm sorry, I was behind. You got it? 76 on the agenda.
The printed copy is 75.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, do we have questions? Beckman, go ahead. I'm not on chat right now.
Obvious why you want that increased contribution to reserve. I would put back another page to see the reserve. There, you didn't need or restore. Future needs.
Well, that was put in there as an offset to the partial offset to the prior surplus being brought forward.
141 and capital reserve.
Yeah, that's basically the purpose is smoothing and keeping the requisition relatively stable for the next 5 years.
So I'm sorry, I was doing a sidebar there. So the capital reserve and the services, I just said it, is 141, and then we're doing, sorry, a transfer to reserve contribution of 118. So, and I didn't hear your answer because I was looking at the reserve number. Is there a capital expense we're expecting in this? So that is an opportunity.
Yep.
McFadden, go ahead.
I believe what he said is to offset the surpluses so that you don't have a big jump next year because he's using them for, there's quite a large surplus that can be carried forward. And so we don't put that amount of reserve. The same thing, you keep on seeing big jumps because we're using our surplus to fund our operations. Am I correct? That's why you said? Yeah. It's just, I think you might have missed.
I did not hear that. Yeah, thank you. Is there one-off projects that are in this service that we could apply a reserve contribution to?
There's nothing in the plan regarding one-off projects.
Okay, so I've got Vandenberg, Lockwood.
Thank you. Just clarity on 55030 equipment, 130,000. Is that what was meant for radios? And how are radios used? I mean, I thought that was what emergency responders carried with them. Is this in conjunction with emergency responders? Is this a separate line item of equipment? What type of equipment are we? I guess I'm confused why. Help me.
What's the 130,000 for?
134.
Okay, good question.
First responder radios would go through the service.
Radio infrastructure.
Yeah, the truth through the chair, the first responder radios would go through the service at the part of the fire service.
Yeah.
So these fund our fire services require radio upgrades, maintenance related to the 911 dispatch. That's what these expenses are for. So the communication, radio upgrade, repairs and maintenance is all around that hardware that our fire departments use.
Supplemental? Why isn't that brought forward for the fire departments then? I mean, if this is for putting up towers, I get that, but if this is radio equipment that our first responders using, I don't understand why we're creating, am I missing something here? Why are we creating something separate? That's equipment that our fire department uses.
Well, through the chair, I guess it could go through the fire department as well, but this is specifically related to dispatch.
So dispatch
911 dispatch
is a full service, whereas fire is defined. So 911 is everywhere, fire is specific. And so this 911 infrastructure is what this is funding, is 911 infrastructure.
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
Ah, that makes sense. Thank you.
And so with the 130, is that an increase this year for new equipment?
That's an increase. Yes, for new equipment.
Okay. I had someone else on the list. Lockwood and Graham, thank you. Lockwood, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just gonna go off of, so I know that we've been talking about that equipment, radio equipment is 130, but the next line says radio equipment 800. So I think that it's been spoken about that the actual 130 is actually for the infrastructure, the 800 is actually for the radio. So I think that I got that through that last conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not first responder radios.
No.
That goes through the
No.
fire service, okay. Grant?
Thank you, so through the chair, so I'm really struggling to understand why we would wanna have $120,000 increase in requisition this year in this service, so we can have a $10,000 one next year. When we're having such high taxation increases across the board this year. So I am wondering if we should be reducing this contribution to reserve this year.
It is, sorry, stop, go ahead.
The chair would be up to the board.
You can opt to smooth that out. You're essentially smoothing out the application of the, yeah. Okay. So we will come back to that one then. Graham's gonna work on a motion. Good work, Graham. Anybody else at this time? How are we on chat? Okay.
Chair, I just as a point of order, they did send in a motion. Was that hasn't been addressed yet by the board?
No, but we do know it's there. We're just going through the services and then we'll circle back to it. I have to talk to Stuart about it yet.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I know it's there. I just haven't read it.
Can we just clarify where we're at, or we asking
Yeah.
questions? Or?
Well, currently we're on 3.11 emergency communications. Director Graham is going to work on a motion, but it's not ready at this time.
Okay, may I ask a question?
You sure can.
So in the reserves, yeah, that you send out for this S-156, there's a number of 141,000. And I don't want to make any assumptions. So we have a surplus that we're using, and then we're contributing to the reserve. So that 118 will add to the 141. That's currently shown yesterday when you sent it out.
Yeah, correct. I caution on that reserve number that the 5-year surplus showing on this budget is not completely accurate. We haven't completed the entries for this service. So I would caution that we even have the capacity to do that $118,000 contribution to reserve is probably not an accurate number.
Might be lower.
It's probably significantly lower. That 5-year surplus showing of 267.
Yes.
Will likely be adjusted down considerably.
Thanks.
And I think, do you have a motion now? Yeah, go ahead. And sorry, did you circulate it to Stuart and Ange?
I did do Stuart and yeah, was that wrong?
Just Ange as well, because she's the one that needs it for the minutes. Yes, please.
Okay, I'm noting that we have already, if our information is correct, we already have $141,000 in reserves. So I am going to make a motion that the board directs staff to decrease contribution to reserves in S-156. Emergency Communications 911 by $60,000 for 2025 to reduce requisitions accordingly.
So it's been moved and seconded. Is that what you said, me?
Yes.
I'm just gonna check in that staff have that. 1 second. You have it, Ange? Okay. You're on chat. Okay. Discussion on the motion. Jackman.
Again, I have a difficulty understanding that there's a formula for this reserve contribution. I can understand if you take part of the prior year surplus, put in reserve, that allows us to smooth. What you can all understand, smoothing further this year's bump, but I see beyond 2025, the contribution to reserve recommended goes down to 25. Next year's 25, then it jumps back up to 118.7. So I can't understand the need for that reserve whatsoever when I see kind of like roller coaster contributions. Is there a formula that says deep down, we have $1 million of infrastructure that's getting about 8 or 10 years, so we need 100,000 years to put aside? So that's why I was reluctant to say, let's touch the 140, because I have nothing to go on as to what do we need. Again, I'm gonna talk about waste management. I know where our landfills do. I know what our water system. I have no idea what we're building a reserve here for. We actually won't. Yeah, transmitter sites and somebody else doing that. That's my problem with these numbers.
Sure.
Through the chair, when I'm looking at this budget, the reserve should be used for something like the $100,000 uptick in radio infrastructure this year, because that's a one-off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the reserve should be used for. That shouldn't be coming out of requisition.
So can we, that would be a recommendation to amend the motion to apply it to a one-off,
We'll
To the
apply
radio.
it to the equipment.
to the radio equipment.
I think what it means is I'll just simply support the motion because it's in the right direction.
But I do think it's important to note that when we identify those one-off projects versus requisition, we're picking that up again next year if it's straight to just requisition. That's my understanding, is that we want to be cautious over that, creating that hole. So if you do it to the radio equipment, which is a one-time purchase, you're not doing that. Am I following that correctly?
Yeah, through the chair, putting it to radio equipment in 2025 would not impact 2026 requisitions, because that $100,000 is not recurring.
Right. So I'm going to propose a friendly amendment, Director Graham, that we direct it to the radio equipment. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Do you as the seconder? Okay. Do you have that, Angela?
Where would you like that inserted, sir? Decrease the budget.
It's not very good.
Reserve.
140.
Emergency services, that's 156 by 60,000.
Thanks.
For 2025.
You can't do that because you're not calling for reserve, you're reducing your contribution.
I'm sorry, I got confused there.
That's a step.
Okay. Sorry, folks, if we can, so my apologies, I forgot your motion was to reduce the contribution to reserve, not use reserve, so that's my bad. So we can do this motion, and then if we want to do one that pulls from reserve to pay for that radio equipment, we could do that.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion, so we can do one to pay for the radio equipment.
Okay, do you agree? Okay, Lockwood?
Can we start using infrastructure instead of radio equipment?
Yeah, we can.
It's equipment.
It's radio equipment, we're being very specific in the budget. Huh? Oh,
It
because
says
it's
equipment,
infrastructure,
but
okay,
was
got it,
talked
got it.
about that it was for infrastructure.
Yeah,
55030.
okay, so that motion has been withdrawn, let's keep track of what we're doing here, thank you, everybody. Ange, do you have that?
I have that, yes, we don't record withdrawn motions,
Okay.
so yes.
Thank you. Someone wanna help me craft this
So I
one?
move that we draw $130,000 from reserve for the 2025 budget to pay for the
Radio
2025 equipment purchase.
Equipment. Okay. Second that, Graham, I'll get you to second that, okay. Everybody know what we're doing? Cunningham, go ahead.
Just a question, where are we in the plan to move from analog to digital?
Through the chair, this is the completion of that process.
Thank you, and we're good online?
That's what I thought.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion?
I just want to
Oh,
clarify, sorry, that the board directs staff to take 135,000 from reserve in emergency communication 911 service S156 for the purchase of equipment or? Yes.
Yes. Do you want the line item or you guys?
55030.
No line item needed, okay. Yes, that is it, Angela, thank you. Director Dumas.
It's actually 130 in your.
Yep.
And then you say 135?
Yes.
Oh, 130.
Oh, thank you for catching that. I did not hear her say that. Oh, you got good ears over there. Paige, on the motion.
I believe that, one time, $100,000. I know, but the 30 is basically
recurring.
Good work, everybody. Friendly amendment, drop it to 100,000.
Yes, that is a friendly, and thank you, sir, that's the one time.
Sorry, Ange, drop it to 100. Drop it, all right. Nice catches. We're all awake for the afternoon. Okay, further discussion. Are we good online? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. You can have fun with these minutes. And just gonna have fun. Okay. Anything else on 911? You're good? Okay. So now we're going to transit. And what time is it? 2:20? So directors, let's just acknowledge that we're at 2:20. We have transit services to go through. We have 1, 2, 3 staff reports. I'm gonna guess verbal reports are not happening today. We have an AKBLG resolution that does have to occur today. So we're gonna end up in a position where we're gonna have to refer something. It's not gonna be AKBLG unless we drop it because there's a deadline that is timely. And just as I speak, I'm gonna stop so we can move along. So transit. Tom, I assume it's you?
As long as I'm not getting dropped.
Prefer Tom.
Prefer Tom.
Wouldn't be the first time I've been dropped.
And are you okay for a break?
Oh, sorry. Okay, now back.
I'm trying to see that. Good afternoon, my name is Tom Gould. I'm a research analyst for the Regional District of Central Kootenay. I'm here this afternoon to talk to you a little bit about the budget for transit service S238. As you're all likely aware, the RDCK has 3 different transit funding services for the West Kootenay Transit and an additional service for Preston Valley Transit. We're speaking specifically about service S238. S238 affects Area E, Area F, Area H, and the Village of Spokane. Okay, those are the participants in that service. S238 is unique as a service in that it's actually 2 services sort of mashed into one. A portion of the service, North Shore Transit, okay, which is participated in by areas E and F, basically contributes to fund the number 10 along the North Shore, okay, and portion of the number 99. The other portion of the service, Spokane Valley Transit, okay, is used to fund portions of the number 9920. So the 20 service that runs up the Spokane Valley and as well the 99 which connects to that through us. Okay. Each service segment, they say it's basically 2 services functioning under one, is because the apportionment methods are different. Okay, so Transit North Shore is funded by assessed value. Transit in Spokane Valley is actually funded by percentage. Okay. The assessed value is by distributed assessed value. These percentages, though, in the Spokane Valley were established quite some time ago and probably reflect a different era. Slide, please. What we have here is proposed budget for S238 North Shore Transit. Proposed budget for Spokane Valley Transit, the Spokane Valley Transit component of this service.
Any questions so far? Papa?
Yeah, I have just a question for the Sheriff to Tom. You did mention these were established a long time ago. Have you reviewed them?
Yeah, we have done reviews of them. We made a proposal, I believe, 2 years ago to reapportion this service. Because particularly the Village of Spokane pays for 7% of the cost of this service. And I think that 7% was actually identified at a time when things were fundamentally different, when there was a mill actually in the Village of Spokane. Transit services probably functioned a little different in the Spokane Valley when a lot of people were getting to and from Spokane. Things have changed now. Yeah. So I don't think that 7% really adequately reflects what's going on. You know, Area H, a defined portion of Area H pays for 60% of that service.
But that service is also a connector for other services in the valley. It just, the current arrangement does not reflect what goes on in terms of use of transit in Kootenay Valley, right? Does that answer your question?
Kind of, sort of, but I'm not too happy with the answer.
Yeah, yeah. Next slide, please.
Go ahead, Director Graham, sorry.
Thank you. Through the chair, you're saying 60% in area H and then area E and F are shared 33, but when I add E and F together, we're actually funding like 358,000 and H is funding 226. This is on the 2024.
Respectfully through the chair, that's because you're looking at the aggregate. So you're looking at the combined totals for North Shore Transit and Spokane Valley Transit.
Okay.
This is the problem with this service. You cannot see what's happening with it. I believe you actually made, recommended that it be changed, and it is on the work plan. We intend to have a proposal in front of the West Transit Services Committee on April 18th.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Director Lund, I'm just watching for you in chat. If you have a question, I know you're in this service. Okay, good. Keep going.
Next slide, please. These are the aggregate requisition amounts for the service. So this is both the Spokane Valley component and the North Shore Valley component. So this is what participants would pay as a whole, and this is what the number that you're really looking at. You'll see there's also the requisition increases.
Any questions? Tom, you look like you got one.
Well, there will be, but I don't want to do a question too soon.
Okay.
So we may have to bounce back to this, Tom.
I'll put you on the list, Newell.
Yeah.
Jackman's on the list. So I think keep going, Tom, and then Tom Jewell, not Tom Newell. Thank you.
Next slide, please. And these are the impacts to the average household. So we take the average residential value, and these steps for taxation impact. So obviously, there's two places to look in order to address these budgets. We can look at revenues, we can look at cost savings. In terms of looking at revenue, we requested a rarity for the service. Currently is $2.25 per ride. We think that could be increased. We've got East Transit to look into this. We're also working with Selkirk College regarding UPass in order to engage the Selkirk College students. So this is a product that would allow basically for every Selkirk College student pass, we would receive somewhere in the neighborhood of $85. And that would mean that your Selkirk College student pass would then become a bus pass as well. Now, there are some challenges with this because in a declining enrollment environment, this may wind up not being a net plus for us, but we are working with the college and BC Transit to address this.
Director Lund, do you want to ask your question now? We have a few that are going to wait till the end of the presentation. You're welcome.
Sure. I just wanted to go back 2 slides. And it took me that line to find the chat. Oh, sorry, one more forward.
That one there?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit misleading, the 330 average. And I just wanted to point out as well the discrepancy between Area H and Spokane, even despite that residential value. So just pointing out the the cost per household concerns, just flagging. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, we'll put you on the list page. We do have a list. Okay.
So the other side of the coin is to do cost savings. So we're looking at some infrastructure issues, merging existing local government transit services. This is a matter for discussion of West Transit Services Committee. We have 3 different transit funding services. It's entirely, we should be thinking about trying to merge those services together. The first part of that is reapportionment of S239 and S238. Then once we've agreed on apportionment, we can then move forward with sort of getting rid of some of these services or merging them into one. Also looking at merging BC Transit operating areas. We currently operate over 3 different BC Transit operating areas, which creates challenges with our fleet, and how the fleet is utilized by getting rid of Nelson 555 and Lake West and making them into one. We can then find better utilization with vehicles, realize cost efficiencies there. And of course, the last option is always to reduce services or find efficiencies. Next slide, please.
We do have quite a speakers list, so I'm actually gonna get us to start going through that. Just, okay, so I've got Jackman, Newell, Lund, Page, and Popoff, perhaps Lund, but we'll make sure you're on the list. Do you wanna go ahead now?
Sure, thank you. Just a reminder that based on last year's conversation, you set yourself up for a 15.1% tax lift this year. So don't be shocked by the 19% tax lift. That was, most of that was planned by cutting last year, digging a hole. So just so everybody's not telling the people it's 19%, where this come from, 15% of that was absolutely as designed last year. And Tom hasn't been able to help us, not us, you guys, do better this year so far.
That's when we are reducing things, we're specifying to a one-time cost. We learned that lesson. Yes. Newell?
Oh, wait.
Okay, keep them on there. Lund,
Yes,
are
leave me
you,
on, please.
Lund, do you have any more right now?
Not right now.
Okay. Paige.
It's a comment, suggestion, and a quick reminder strategically. We want to repeat that even though there may be a cost drag for bringing Suffolk students in now, to make it a priority so that they see the benefits, because over the long term, it's going to be hard to fight to get that union to agree to add itself in. And sounds like that's okay. And for the fare increase, I'm not sure when the cap and pay will drop in at most of
Now,
okay, fine. Then I'm fine with doing an upgrade if the board can be in there. That can be consoled together better, but.
Hold on.
So would it be appropriate to recommend a fare increase to $3 from the current fare? And that's an equal amount?
Go ahead, Tom.
respectfully to the chair, I would recommend waiting for BC assessments, BC Transit's analysis first. And that will give us a scale to work within rather than pinning ourselves to a number right now. They have a team that does nothing but fare reviews across the province, and we are high in the queue, but there are 18 currently requested in the province right now. So that gives you an idea of what's happening with public transit. This board is not the only board that is in this position right now, and people are looking for more revenue pretty much right across the province. So once we have the results from them, I'll bring those results forward to the board. It'll give you a range to work within, and then at that point, it would be appropriate to make a recommendation. Ultimately, one more thing, ultimately, where we set fares, or it is a decision of the board. That is up to this board as to where the fares sit for public transportation.
Okay, just a question. When can we expect those results? A year, 2 years, or is it in 2025?
Respectfully to the chair, we anticipate that we've stressed to BC Transit how important this is to have this in 2025 to integrate with other changes that we're making. We'll need those numbers. They would go into the 2026 annual operating agreement. So we would anticipate getting those numbers in 2025 and then implementing in 2026.
Good, thank you.
Why don't you finish your presentation, because Newell's the last one, and I think he wants to go after the presentation is complete. Newell, okay, go ahead.
We covered the reapportionment. So I guess the only thing really left to talk about right now is the timeline for these things to happen. There is not much we can do with the 2025 budget currently. There are limited reserves, very, very limited reserves in these services. We've used them in the past to offset taxation. We are now very low on reserves. But this year has to be a year of making decisions. Those decisions will then be implemented in the annual operating agreement for 2026. It's at that point.
So while we cannot, there's not much we can do to address the 2020 budget. If you look at the number in 2026, that is a number that we can have.
Was that it for your presentation? Newell?
Would you be able, Tom, to go back a couple of slides? Yeah, maybe that's good. So, colleagues, and not to say Slocan's point is not well taken, it's probably exactly right, but any adjustment in Slocan then just changes the final, any of the columns on the 3 rows above, increasing them, not decreasing them. And as you can see from 2024 to 2029 for area F, it goes from 101 to 159, which I think is a 50% increase in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So I listen to Front Burner quite often, and in the summer there was a brilliant article that she did. It's an amazing podcast, Jamie Poisson. And basically the mayor of Ottawa was highlighting, maybe FCM is dealing with it, that there's a tremendous crisis in public transit. The Sky trains, the things in Vancouver, every one of those capital projects is reaching a crisis point. The funding is crisis in all major cities in Canada at least. And here's our little snippet, you know, of $162 a house for Balfour for whatever use someone in Balfour has of it. And I don't know how to have the conversation to weigh the social value of transit, which is obvious, and Tom's great work in increasing, you know, helping support increased ridership over the last 6 years. And what appears to be highly obvious to me is, I don't know what word you use when you're into something, it's like a runaway train. Like, how do you stop it? Because this thing is not changing. I don't think provinces will be able to increase their amount. They're at a crisis stage. Our property owners don't use the transit that much proportional to how many people are there. And we can see runaway, what I would define as runaway costs. And I don't know what to do. I literally am at my wit's end in trying to support this. Yes, Director Jackman, we did do something last year. You know, because of
Director
this.
Duo, I just want to remind you, we have a West Transit.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
In April, that is going to include the value study that we had a presentation on, but didn't get the paperwork on. So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom Duell, is that where we have this very critical conversation that Tom Newell is referencing?
Respectfully, to share exactly, you know, the values will play big into that meeting. We're going to review them at the start of the meeting and then talk about what we're bringing forward for proposals and a work plan, really for the next year, about how we can start to control some of these costs, what the board's options are, because as this
Thanks for allowing another rant.
No problem.
No, this is so serious, and it really is
I think
getting
that
serious, so anyway.
the values conversation we attempted to have at the last transit meeting was, unfortunately, we didn't have the paperwork behind it to really dive into it. So we know that that's the focus of the April meeting. I know RDCK is actually doing a service review on their whole transit service because of the expenses. So I don't know that it's good news, but we're not alone. Rural transit servicing, I won't even talk about City of Ottawa. My cousin actually works directly in that system. Really difficult. So in rural setting, even more difficult. So in April, we get to have that hard conversation, and I think we really will have to take a hard look at equity, cost, and service. And while we have some residents that want more, we have some that just, it's difficult to make it affordable. Tom, anything else from you?
No, thank you.
Okay. So that's it on transit services. I'm just checking that was all on my list. No changes at this time. So we will take our afternoon break. And then directors, what I want us to think of is, I'm just gonna assume we're gonna refer verbal reports. I'm sorry, but that's the least of what we need to do today. Love y'all. We can talk to each other. But in terms of the reports, we might have to refer one of these. I really want to acknowledge that Uli and Connie have been here all day to present on their reports, so I would not.
I just came.
Oh, you just came, but you know, Connie's report will get prioritized then, because she's been here all day. But it's something to consider. Let's take our break, like, quickly. Okay, thank you.
Right now.
Thank you. Okay. Flipping back. So we got through West Transit. We're on 3.13. This is the organizational review. Connie, thank you for your patience. Over to you.
So through chair, I submitted a report. You had an opportunity to review it. This is really about whether or not there are questions that you may have for me at this time.
Okay. So you do have the report in the agenda. And sorry, we're missing several seats here. Where did everybody go? Well, we have quorum. We have quorum, but then we'll repeat questions. So come on, no. Where's everybody else? Do you know?
Come back.
Just, oh, okay. And Nick Fadden. So is that it? Okay, I'm just gonna open up. Does anybody have questions? Are we ready for a motion? Do we want to talk about the report? Graham, please go ahead.
Thank you. So through Chair Connie, like, do you think, Connie, that this report is going to result in efficiencies throughout the regional district and cost savings?
So through the chair, I don't know that it will achieve cost savings. I am absolutely convinced it will achieve efficiency. I think that, you know, the organization hasn't been looked at for before my time, and I'm in my 10th year this year. So it has always existed within its present structure. Joe can probably talk more about the evolution of certain groups, and it has been looked at, and I consistently look at the organization in pockets. What we don't do is look at the organization in totality and review how the functions relate together on a broad level. So individually those things happen, but not looking at it again broadly across the organization. We've had a conversation about the need for this for years and years. However, the emphasis really is in the strategic priorities that were developed by the board and ensuring that how we function, the priorities and how people work together within our organization really is going to best serve achieving the priorities that were established by the board. You asked about cost effectiveness, and I can't comment on that. I don't know, frankly, that, and when we look at different parts of our organization and then benchmarking, those different parts of our organization are not outside, you know, or outsized relative to competitors or peer groups. In fact, they're often quite small. The issue, I think, becomes looking at, do we have people in the right place doing the right things for what we need to accomplish on a go-forward basis?
Supplemental, Director Graham?
Just supplemental, the only comment I'm gonna have is like, we are having a very heavy hit on taxation this year. So I'm just wondering if this is the right time to be taking this project on. If I was sure that it was gonna result in cost savings, I think I could really support it better. But to spend $50,000, which is a lot of money, just something, you know, it might help, it might not. I just wonder if we should be referring this to a future time when we're not getting hit so hard. That's my comment.
Comment, okay, thank you. Who was next? Lockwood, and then Jackman.
Thank you, and through the chair to Connie. We had our community services, I think it's called.
Yes.
Sorry. They looked at their whole and rejigged their whole entire, organization, which is within this organization. And said that they were doing it to bring efficiencies within that realm. Why would we not do that individually as they did it and do it this way? Where would they be excluded from this? Because they've already done it.
So through the chair,
We started that project in 2015. And, trying to move that big of an organization along took us to 2021, I think, to accomplish before it was finally implemented. There isn't the capacity within the organization to do that and to really set aside the time that you need to take to look at an organization effectively. More importantly, and I do think they've been realizing efficiencies within that organization, and Joe and I have had lots of conversations about some of the value that they're seeing from that reorganization. It still is a pocket within the broader organization. What we haven't been able to do is look at across all of the different functions to see if they are structured in the way they should be. Or when we looked at community services, we looked at community services as its own entity. It's not its own entity. And it does work that perhaps, we should be looking at to say, does that work rightly belong there? Or we use, during this out, asset management as an example. There's components of asset management that exist within Joe's group, they exist within Lily's group, and we have them scattered around the organization. Is that the most efficient way for us to be realizing benefit over the longer term? With respect to timing, the issue, this is a multi-year project. I think it's imperative that we have somebody who can come in that has the capacity to look at it broadly across the organization, that isn't navel gazing, which is what we do. We're looking at ourselves. We constantly look at the organization within HR, within pockets of the organization to evaluate, are we the most effective we can be? Heard a question coming up today about vacancies and what the assessment when something becomes vacant. That's what HR does regularly, is have conversation with leaders. There's a vacancy, let's be opportunistic. Let's decide, is this the right, because we're not going to just fill it. We might have a different conversation about lifeguards, but for most of our positions, certainly at the staff, at the non-union level, we have conversations all the time about that, but we're looking at them in isolation. And I think it's the criticality is that we're looking at, and community services isn't going to change fundamentally, but there's going to be portions of it that will change. The rest of the organization will not be looked at. And with that timeline, the different departments we have, we'll have the same organization, but it'll take us 20 years to have that reorganization happen at the same pace that we were able to get that one.
Yes, supplemental.
Just to add, and I appreciate that whole context of that entire thing, to add because you had said it, this would be a multi-year look. What are we looking at? Because if we're looking at 50,000 this year, is what the ask is. So what is that look like?
Yeah.
Multi-year.
So through the chair, I did reference it in the report.
Yeah, and I apologize, there's so much.
There's a lot that's there. The first year is bringing somebody in to help us at a high level describe what is it that we need organizationally, how are we going to find efficiencies, are we structured appropriately to meet to achieve the strategic priorities, or move along with the strategic priorities in combination with the core work that we do. So that would be the first piece of it. The second piece of it will be to develop a work plan and an action plan. So we have a lot of information that's coming. I presume there's going to be efficiencies. I think it's unlikely that somebody's going to come back and say, well done, just keep doing what you're doing. I think there's going to be some tweaks within it that we're going to have to do. And the second portion of that will be developing the action plan. I anticipate that we will be able to manage that portion of it in-house. That'll be the work that HR does with the various departments. But if we get to where we don't think we can do that ourselves, we'll come back to the board if needed, but we anticipate we'll be able to do that. But that, I think, is the work that's going to take perhaps a couple of years to get there. It is the planning around how do we achieve that long-term vision about where we need to get to. The critical piece is right now, having somebody come in and help us define what our organization needs to be in order to achieve that work in the long term.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Jackman, McLaren, Coe, Popoff, and Page, and I'm just going to suggest after this item, we're going to do the AKBLT motion just to get that clear, okay? Jackman?
Sure, thanks. And you're saying we will refer the motion after this. Okay, thanks. So I think we've made some interesting progress. You mentioned recreation. It's actually, Chair Wright gave us leave to stand at the whiteboard and scribble one time years and years ago, where we actually said, what are we doing? We started, which is unusual. Staff and directors are allowed to stand up and work together. That workshopping, I thought, was very useful. And so we're not gonna solve this here, we're gonna solve it through maybe a series of workshops, so I kind of see, instead of saying, well, we'll say here's X $10,000, maybe we don't start there. Maybe you start with the ideas or observations, come from the senior management team. Because I've heard Louis say many times how we could be more efficient, or every senior manager has some ideas. Observations, senior management, observations from staff supervisors, observations from us. And maybe we let ourselves stand at the whiteboard and scribble some stuff right once in a while. I think that would be excellent input to the consultant. Now, maybe consultants are so good at this that they look at our organization chart and look at our service agenda and they say, oh, yeah, fine, you need this. But I doubt, because we are so splintered, we have so many services, their heads are probably spin. So I kind of see that as the first step. Lots of examples, I think, that we've improved. We have project management, so squeaky wheels, like he said, we need a purchasing agent, buy a lot of stuff. We need project manager, because we build a lot of stuff, we need a huge capital program. I think next we're gonna need a quantity surveyor, because we're talking about asset management specialists, but everybody can write down what they want, but we can't cost it out with the life cycle stuff. So I'm thinking there's a different specialist that would help us more to embed, to supplement the embedded expertise. Those are the ideas I want us to take around, that here are ideas from specialists in IT about, here's something we could do to enhance. Kind of rather start with a few conversations and ideas on the whiteboard. And then see, does it make sense to dump all this on the consultant right away? We say to a consultant, no, we want you to do $20,000 for the work. Because I think we have so many good ideas. And a couple more examples. Preston Valley.
Can we need to wrap it up, so get to your point, please.
We have good examples of how we made a shift and how we administer and deliver services that everybody else has to understand. What worked and why it worked before we have a consultant try and tell us what's going to work.
Okay. So we have McLaren Co. pop-off page, Newell and Maine.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll just go really quickly. Just to Director Graham's point about we have a large tax increase now, and I appreciate that. But if we don't do it now, when would we do this? There's always something on the horizon. So I think the question is about the value of the work itself. I do like the fact that it does achieve our part of our strategic priorities. And just personally, when I think of investing in efficiency, the earlier the better. And not just the strategic priorities, but a lot of the conversation I've heard and had myself around this table and amongst the people at this table is to get things simplified and to work towards efficiency. So in principle, maybe the dollar amount, maybe Director Jackman is right about the dollar amount should be lower, but on principle, I think it's actually a very a good investment long term. So thanks.
Pop-off.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at it, and this is something that I've been looking at for quite a few years, is operational, structural, and efficiencies. And working in private industry, we had reviews done in that industry, and it resulted in major changes and inefficiencies that were accomplished. And I would definitely support that. The sooner we start that, we might be able to reduce our taxation or develop some efficiencies with what we have. So I would strongly support starting it as soon as possible and realizing that it's going to be an impact on our requisition or whatever, but we have to start sooner or later. And what my concern is, we're going to go to RFP on this one, right?
Yes, so through the chair, we follow our purchasing policy.
Okay, thank you.
Requirement for contract and RFP.
So currently no motion on the floor. We'll just keep going. By all means, throw a motion out if you so choose. Paige?
Yeah, I think given the cost drivers within each of the services coming from the labor and how we apply that, it speaks to the appropriateness of the funds for the 50,000. I think it's that makes sense. And I think one of the difficult parts is we get here in this short-term view of what will happen over the next year, but really these kind of long-term cost drivers are going to happen in years 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we've got to take this work out now, take the pressure off in the future years. I would suggest, I would move the motion, and I would postulate, to Jacqueline's point, and further pre-project director engagement workshop be held. We're working on reviews, but I see just an opportunity to have a conversation before this goes to RFP, to just throw those ideas around and have staff pick out what makes sense to feed the engagement. But I would put it in the budget, and let us get towards that for this year.
So how about we finish the speakers, let's craft your motion with your addition, and then we'll deal with the motion. Newell.
Thank you. I actually don't think that, with all due respect, addition is needed. I was going to move the recommendation as it is, and I was going to, if I were to speak to the motion that was moved and seconded, I would have said this: the time is now for actually a really good reason. We have.
Sorry, Paige, if you're crafting a motion, can you please write it and get it into these guys?
I'm just gonna take it this direction. I don't need a motion.
I'm going to move the recommendation then, Director Page.
I think
And I'd
it's
just like
important
to
that if
speak
we're
to-
wanting to have a director-based workshop in advance, that is part of the motion, because we have to actually budget for those as well. So please, I'm just trying to make sure we're not losing track of what we're asking for. So thank you. Please continue. Motions on the floor. We'll see in addition to it for a workshop. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks for this, Connie, and the reason I think we should do it now, notwithstanding pressures, et cetera, is that we have, with all due respect to ourselves, or it's not the right word, in all humility, we have a very strong board. We have 6 managers that have been in place for many years and have just know the organ. Now is the time to do it. So I think we should get off and running, and I think it's a brilliant idea to do and just see what comes of it, but now is the time for sure.
Thank you. Me?
Motion's
on the floor, FYI. Go ahead.
Yes, I seconded it, so I'm.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
fine.
Good.
Item 4.1, financial consideration, says this is already included in the 2025 proposed budget for Service 100 General Administration. So we're not looking at this point of adding more in to that budget. I have rarely seen Connie speak with such passion about something. She's usually cool, calm, and collected, and I've brought a couple of doozies to her. So I take direction from that it is very important. I think it's very important for our staff, all, 300 of them, to know that we are addressing these issues, especially given the situation in the world, particularly in North America, that we're dealing with right now. It would be really good for staff to feel that we are on their side, that we are looking at these problems, at these issues. So I think it's great. It's a wonderful idea. Thank you for bringing it to us. And I hope that the directors will support it.
Thank you. So I have a question on this. What I'd like to know is, kind of circling back to a conversation we've been threading through this whole term, is would we be able to, in a pre-workshop, I really appreciate that, which gives director input, identify the things that are core and what's discretionary, with some idea around what's really discretionary that we really don't need to be doing or could consider dropping. So that efficiencies are looking at not just everything we're doing, but what do we not have to do that could be that extra? Is that something we could include? I think it'd be more of the director workshop end, but then that could feed into what the consultants might then further evaluate. Is that possible?
So through the chair, if we're talking about framing, having that as one of the questions or one of the categories that we talk about in the pre-RFP workshop, we certainly have that as something to discuss.
Great, thank you. So Paige, I'll just come back to you. Is it essentially just that, and further, we host a director-based workshop in advance of that RFP?
Yeah, I just was gonna say that for their pre-project director engagement workshop, we held.
Okay.
And it was way learning the direction. What is it?
So I forget who you moved the motion, Noel. You're good with that as an addition? Friendly? Okay, do you have that, Angela?
Very perfect.
Accept that.
Okay, and seconder is good with that. Okay, so now the motion is complete in terms of both aspects of approving this, but doing the pre-director workshop or pre to the project director workshop. You look confused. Are you good?
I just wanted clarity on that, because
Okay.
I'm hearing, but I'm not reading.
Okay, so do you know where we're at now?
I do with the amended motion to include 3, yeah.
Okay, good. Sorry, Connie, go ahead.
So So through the chair, I just want some clarity on the amended motion and maybe have my own thoughts around
Yes,
it.
please.
So I agree about the utility of having a workshop with the directors before we get into the project. I would be concerned if we're waiting to start the RFP until we have that, if we can move to an RFP and have this concurrence that is informing the work that the consultant does if you were to move to this.
I think time-wise, that's not a problem. I would understand why going to RFP is important to instigate. Yes, Newell?
The person that is leading it should hear from us, I think.
Yeah, that's possible.
And we, oh, sorry, anyway.
Yeah, okay.
I want to slow it down.
All right then, all those in favor? Anybody opposed? Opposed, recorded, Graham?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Okay, folks, you got that, Angela? I would like to reorder the agenda to address the AKBLG motion, because that is a timely one we have to do today. So move the reorder.
Second.
Thank you, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. So turn your page, Director Vandenberg, would you like to move your motion?
I'll read the therefore be resolved.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. That the Union of the British Columbia Municipalities, UBCM, requests the province of Alberta to implement a more measured. What did I say? Province of
Oh my goodness.
To implement a more measured approach to the building
We
code
fine for
updates
that.
by ensuring.
Sorry.
You all with me?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
Longer transition periods between code changes to allow for adequate training and implementation. More extensive consultation with local governments, industry stakeholders, and indigenous communities to assess practical impact of proposed changes. Increased financial and technical support for municipalities, especially smaller communities, to effectively adapt to new requirements, and for a focus on stability and predictability in the code update schedule to reduce uncertainty in the construction and the development industry. And
Second.
this is relating to the building.
Okay, so the motion's on the floor. You have it in front of you on the agenda. Discussion. This goes to AKBLG, and then you'll have further discussion. Paige and then Jackman.
Yeah, so my thoughts around this, specifically are the public feedback process. Like, the cycle currently is a 5-year national cycle. We just finished the 2020 national board code being incorporated into the BC code. Now, there have also been a number of changes. In 2018, the consolidated building code, as many will remember, so that there wasn't a simplification on the municipal level. And that was also the time when we kicked off consolidating many of the energy regulations that were happening all over the province into the energy sector. So there was one set of rules. I'm not clear, I don't agree necessarily at this stage that this is a burden on staff in terms of incorporating changes, or that it's necessarily driving complexity, or that we're necessarily facing a bunch of additional changes to the BC building code coming down the pipe. Just looking at the BC building code calendar going forward, there'll be another national code update in 2025 this year, and then another 3 or 4 years for BC to catch up and incorporate it. I would suggest that the interprovincial barriers in terms of how harmonized the code is across the country, the capacity for pre-manufactured construction industry to service the country in terms of how much the building code is implemented across the provinces. I know Alberta is still catching up with some of these code requirements coming from the federal level, or that the Union of British Columbia Municipalities needs to get involved versus us as RD getting prepared to contribute to the 2025 updates that will be coming. There are feedback that is both at the national level and at the provincial level that we can get involved with if we are wanting to actually have say input on the 2025 cycle and have it simplified. So certain ships have already sailed. I think it would create more uncertainty to go back and undo certain code requirements. It's just going to make more of it. So on this, I don't support the resolution as is now, because I don't have a problem stating this landed where it needs to.
Jackman?
Thanks, a little bit similar as I thought this through, well, one, too many whereas clauses, that's something to be fixed. But I do see easy pushback to the problems, exactly as you just stated, we're always out of step with the national building code, some provincial codes that we're particularly, we out of step with 2 national building codes. We always have a warning of many years, and there's a huge lag right now to adopt some of these things. So I know what the answer is gonna be. They're looking ahead to NBC and they're considering it and they're putting it into our code, and then independently of that, they come up with their own national issues like step code. This is a really tough one. Just observation, I think we know the answer. It is a slow process already.
Thank you. Seeing no one else on the speakers list, I'm just gonna speak to that the overall issue that I have seen, I definitely am aware of in my area, is that the ability to build and the cost to build has drastically increased, and that affects our affordable housing, that affects retention, that affects a lot. The code is getting beyond its intentions of safe buildings. So however way this is worded, my interest is in meeting with municipal whoever does the building code at the province again at UBCM. I would put a lot of weight into that one. I don't want to necessarily tell them how and what they do, other than to say you are directly a part of the affordable housing crisis. So we need that addressed. So I don't necessarily disagree with this motion, but I'm also not super attached to it because I also don't put a lot of weight in motions that go through that way, because we'll get a response in a year that says exactly what those two just said. And not to discredit all the work you put into this, Director Vandenberg. I'm simply saying that meeting directly with the ministry responsible is where I would put more weight. But this motion can go forward or not. I'm not super attached because I get what you're trying to do. Yes, go ahead unless we have no one else on the list. Go ahead.
No, the intent here was to bring something forward that it affects everybody every day. Good commentary, that's for sure. No harm in it being discussed at AKBLG. No harm in it then having a little bit more oomph in front of UBCM. Good conversation is never a waste of conversation, and at the very least, that's what this is about.
Thank you. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Motion passes. We'll move that on to AKBLG. Anybody opposed? Just making sure I complete the process. Okay, thank you very much. Now we will go back to 3.14, Unit 4, Enterprise Resource Planning. Yeah, your report is there. I think we'll just go to, is there anything you need to add? Nope. So we've all read the reports.
Yes.
Mostly, as much as we can. And there's a motion. Who would like to open? Anybody?
I'll make the motion.
You will, sorry, move the motion? Okay, do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion. Lockwood, go ahead.
There's no way of doing this any other way, so at this point, right? So there really is no discussion. I call the question.
I just want to say that the licensing fee is really frustrating. And as we increase technology, we tend to, not us individually, but as a sector, it just gets more and more expensive, even though it's supposed to get more efficient. So I don't know it well enough to speak to it as Director Page does and as you do, yeah, but this is all I see is that it just keeps going up. And I feel like we're, as Director Lockwood said, but I did see a hand over here. Was that you, Paige? Yes.
I'll support the resolution so we can have the software we need. I was talking with some of my colleagues and I've seen this in the industry. The lock-in is real, specifically around the software pieces of ERP where they capture, the operations of the business and become very integrated into how the business is run. And my conversation I've been wanting to have and advocacy for ministry meetings is with the citizen services and whether or not, like we do at community services, we come together and work together on Perfect Mind to have shared across multiple locations to perform business function, but when we're at ERP software, I think we need the same kind of long outlook, and we're gonna have to be, I think we're gonna control and de-risk the possibility of this going even further because of the lock-in potential. We're gonna have to start making some sort of shared investment in something that works for local government. Might be provincial, might be national, but
Okay, further discussion on the motion. We captured that note about citizen services meeting. Or Vice Chair Huss. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Asset management specialist. Julie, over to you. This is, again, we want to circle back to my understanding is that this is greatly what will inform the conversation over reserves policies as well as a bunch of other, but just because that's been a theme today, this work does definitely inform that. Uli, is there anything you want to add that's not in your report?
No, we are really only bringing that as a follow-up to the report we received earlier. And we have a policy how we establish positions. So that's why we bring this here for the position establishment purpose as a report to you and answer any questions you may have around that.
Okay, so Vandenbergen and Jackman, I got Maine.
I guess my question is around, I understand what the work is for, and what it's trying to, the intent of what it's trying to do. Probably a good way of really hitting this asset management piece. From my background, we used to call it O&M, and it used to be taken over and run by managers. But it's a little different now, I understand that. So my question is along the lines, is there value in this being a permanent full-time? Or is there value in reassessing this position at some period of time?
So if I may through the chair, a couple thoughts to that. So first of all, O&M is just one of the two main legs of asset management plan. The capital replacement is probably the larger and more important one for us. Second of all, contracting out, there's always the question, is that really cheaper than doing it in-house when you have a substantial period of implementation? Third component to this, in my experience from the utilities side of things, is this is an ongoing process. Not only the initial establishment, the development of strategies around what we want out of this, how we finance it, and that ongoing discussion with the board and the reporting back on it, but as well the keeping this thing alive, aligned throughout the organization, that we are not going off in various departments into different channels, how we manage that, keeping that, managing the software that I don't know what that's going to be and what it's going to look like, but that I anticipate will not be handy that anybody in any department can just play and manage. And so for all of these reasons, I believe this is an ongoing thing. One of the discussions we had on the utility side lately in several advisory committee meetings was your asset management plan. Show it to me. Our utilities asset management plan is right now an extremely complex spreadsheet and is not user-friendly, plus has a component of protection ownership by the company that provided it to us. So it's not a tool that we can work with the public with. So what we do is we extract the information. We have the ability to visualize what happens if. So various graphs of capital projects, when they occur, the criticality piece, the financial situation of the services. To extract that, somebody needs to do that, and somebody needs to do it that can effectively work with that. That's not your middle level manager on each of the various departments. I didn't point at you. I didn't think the various middle level managers that have to deal with this. This is ideally done by somebody who does that on a regular basis, is familiar with the software, and has that exchange with the directors in that context. For example, in a round like this, when you talk budgets and the asset management plan related issues and items.
Supplemental?
Yes, but I'll wait,
Okay,
take the second round turn.
it was reversed, so Jackman, Maine, Lockwood, Popoff.
Thank you. When Connie presented, I realized I was missing a page of my scribble notes, and the notes for this are here, so I'm gonna be saving some of the examples, so I've only got a couple. I agree there's a gap in trying to prepare asset management plans. We used to have a gap like this in project management. We need to be more cohesive and cost effective in purchasing. I think the gap, I believe exists, is people don't know how to cost what needs to be done, but they can identify. And so the one quote I lifted that I had on my other sheet is somebody's comment expecting each service department to stop, it's under the stop column, stop expecting each service department to be experts in asset management. But I do expect all people working in a service department to be subject matter experts, to understand not just, here's the work order, go do this today, change the bearings and such, or change the valve of this or that. That they are subject matter experts, they know the difference between preventative maintenance and reactive maintenance. Lots of comments on there, which you can spare because I don't have the sheet. They need to be those experts. Everybody needs to be an asset management expert to some degree. What they need is not someone to report to as the specialist to track 10% of their time to fill in somebody else's data sheet, but maybe somebody to, once we've established the GIS and where we house all this information, where you got what's comprised of, maybe somebody to help with the costing of it and forecasting the costs and feed to the purchasing agent. I think that's the biggest thing I find almost all the time. People can say what they need or want, but they can't figure out what cost and they don't get there. So all big projects have quantity surveys. That's the expertise that you really need. We're going to tendering all the time when we have a number that doesn't hold up. And then the response is, we're gonna come back and get more money. I would like us to think about this not as an asset management specialist, it's an asset management support person with an expertise in quantity surveying that is not gonna expect everyone to report to them, but will be the beck and call of every existing specialist who's helping keep our organization running to fill in the gaps. So I'm a little worried how this is framed. I don't want another gloss over our people who know what they're doing. I want a support person underneath those people who pretty well know what they're doing, but have questions and numbers that they just can't get handled.
Go ahead.
If it is about the term specialist, we had actually internally discussions what we should name that position. We landed on the term specialist because I thought it reflected the experience that we need out of that position. The experience in regards to delivery of asset management planning. We do not look at somebody that is green coming out of the school just because they have a certification. We look at somebody that has actual on the ground experience, and that's why we landed on the term specialist.
Everybody who's worked in a large facility knows how to manage assets, but it wouldn't last very long. So I'm struggling still with what is the gap we're trying to fill, and then that person, how can they help everybody else? If their core expertise is on asset management, but it's understanding costs, numbers, procurement, contracting, to add to the organization that expertise so we have better bids, and also support every asset management plan that comes out saying, okay, here's the things we need, how much do they cost, so that we can talk to these advisories, to our advisories, with great confidence, we know why we put this many dollars in reserve this year. Anyway, different philosophical outlook, I guess, and you guys will decide.
Just one more time, my experience out of the utility side of our business, it is a permanent exchange between the on the ground specialist, as you name them, our operators, our supervisors that know the field details very much so, and the person that then converts that into a document, into a usable planning document that then can be presented in a form that it's understandable, not just numbers or technical terms when it comes to decision making at this level.
Maine, I've got Maine, Lockwood, Popoff, Annenberg, I've got you for a second time.
Thank you, through the chair. I see that the goal of this is to begin to incorporate the financial allocation in the 2026-2030 financial plan. So this would not go into this budget this year, it is for next year. And
Sorry, the position does in this, in portion, in this year, but all the outcomes would be at the earliest in the 2026 budget.
And so the financial, the cost would be in this year's budget?
About half of a position, so I think we had a starting date of July 1st identified.
June 1st.
Oh, June 1st, okay.
I support it in principle. I'm really conflicted about adding any money.
It is currently in the budget.
It is
We've
in the
been
budget
looking at- Yes,
already.
all of these
Okay.
are in there, but we need to approve doing it.
I approve.
Okay. So it's not in addition to what we've been looking at.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Lockwood,
My next.
okay, you are
Thank you.
next.
I totally agree that we need to do asset management. I'm gonna feed off a little bit of Director Jackman. When are hiring somebody to do the asset management for the entire organization and have a good understanding of everything is my worry. Cause I don't think there's that person out there. So how do we make sure, or that we can feel confident, that the person that is hired, I know that it says that each senior person is going to give 5 or 10%, but how do we've been told that there's so much work already on everybody. We're gonna hire somebody that's going to again require work from those people that we've been told that are already overworked.
If I may,
Yes,
through the chair, good point. Maybe I did not explain that, or we did not explain that well when we brought the last report here. I did mention it somewhere in between the lines, I guess, but probably not clear enough. There will be a requirement for this position, plus clear support from all of the departments that person is working with. We will have to define how much work ultimately is required, and if that can land on the plate of existing staff with some kind of job description change, or if we have to create for large departments like community services, an additional position within the operational department, providing the expertise out of that department. That is not clear at this point. What we know is that we need that initial position to establish our asset management plan, to establish priorities, to establish and communicate with you as a board where you want to go with this. Is this going to be all cash financing? Do we have a 40% borrowing scenario? How much do we consider grants in the financial picture when we are doing our asset management planning? How do we communicate, and who creates the communication support to the general public about that? That's a huge piece at utilities right now. We do that pretty well on every advisory committee level. We have that discussion, and that's often groups of 50 customers and less. In the committee less, but that's what service did. So there's a huge piece in explaining to the public as well. Why? Because I anticipate that the result of this will come with big numbers that we need in order to sustain our current services. I don't think we have done what we need to in order to not having to reactionary doing projects that we have seen that for how many years. So in order to close that gap that we have, we likely have relatively large numbers that we say that's what we need in order to close that gap. And you will need the information to have that discussion with the public. Why? What is it what we need to do and why do we need to do this? What is the result if we don't do this going forward? So clearly, this is the position, creating that umbrella, creating that plan, creating that vision in regards to asset management planning, having that communication with you as a board, with the public. But there is a component in the operational departments that will need to work closely with that position to establish these plans. It's not that this person is a matter expert in every level and piece of asset that we have, certainly not.
Very quickly supplemental. I know that FCM has had grants out for asset management plans in the last 5 years. Is there still that kind of stuff out? It's not an answer that I need, but is it something that we can be looking at to be able to help out for this position?
I believe the initial work was funded by SCM. Didn't we apply for funding for the?
We had grants, yes.
Yeah. So Popoff, McFadden, McLaren, Cove, Annenberg, you're still on the list to come back to Popoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Having Manager Wolf stand beside me, and I heard everything he said. I'm sorry. And it didn't go out the other ear, it stayed. But I worked in an industry where I've done asset management planning for about 20 years. It's a must. We must have it. The only problem that I see is, the problem I encountered was it had to be set up. And it took about a year or two to set it up. And then, being in the industry or whatever, I was able to do the asset management. So what I'm looking at, rather than hiring a full-time employee, permanent, why don't we hire an employee that's, comfortable with doing asset management for a big organization like ours for maybe a 2-year period or a 3-year period, and then review it afterwards. Once he sets it up, then we should be able to continue what he has set up for us. But to start from scratch, it's pretty hard. That's what I would recommend is put a term on it, and I don't know, I don't have a magic figure of how long the term should be, 2 or 3 years, and then review it afterwards. If we still need to continue it, then we will.
Go ahead if you have feedback.
That is a possibility. The only thing I would mention around that is that the quality of your candidates will always be somewhat affected when you have a temporary position. We are trying to obtain somebody with experience. So we need to offer something in order to attract people that are currently in a position with that experience. Sometimes you're lucky, somebody wants to come to Nelson and nowhere else. Sometimes you just don't find the candidates that you need. So it's a little bit of a gamble.
Supplemental, if I may. If we try that and if we find that a problem, then we can adjust. But when you do hire an employee with the option to review after 3 years, if we actually need the employee for full-time employment, and that might be an attraction to somebody coming into the area.
Okay. No motion on the floor. I'll keep going through the speakers list. Do you want to be on the list, Newell? McFadden? No. McFadden, go ahead.
Great, Chair, thank you to everyone's thoughts, and to staff. I chatted a bit on the break, a bit about this to try and understand where I land. I was thinking similar to you, Director Popoff, and the why. And just to pick up on a couple things. One, so we have done some work. We do have an asset management, whatever we called it. It wasn't a plan. It was called something else. That kind of said, hey, here's where the state of everything, I think was kind of the idea of some of that work. Here's the state of everything. And you do need something, your plans are only as good as the people who have to implement them. And so to kind of pick up on it, I was listening to what you're saying and thinking through it. I do think I disagree, and here's the reason why, is because what I've seen even recs struggle with is there's so many moving pieces, and the when and the who gets the priority is really hard when you're looking in the whole. They're all working in their silos, and so they might be really educated in their silo, but they're not necessarily educated in the whole organization. And to have someone that's looking at the asset management for the whole organization and saying, how do we prioritize the same taxpayers, how do we pay the same amount into what are the priorities and when, sometimes isn't as easy as the individual services might see it as. And so I struggle with that piece of like, you put it into a service, but they're not seeing it in the whole. So I have landed that, but I do understand the need for a full-time position to do this work and to start to implement the work we've already done, to really look at the whole and start allocating what needs to go where and help every department know, here's your priorities, here's your priority list in the whole, not just within your department, but within the whole of the organization, so that we can start utilizing things better. And the other piece of thinking about the ongoing and not just a term is I think we're too big of an organization to think this isn't gonna be a moving target as we go. That there's always going to be, even, I think about, we're on a lot of services that have assets, so I would think about rec, that there's always these unknown things that come up that you just didn't foresee coming. Even though you thought that, maybe it was fine, something happens. And so to someone to be able to keep track of that as the whole organization and be able to move that around when you need to, I do think that there's an importance to having someone as an organization this big that is helping do that and helping to allocate to each department what their responsibilities in with the picture of the whole organization, not just within the organization. So I will move the motion that is on the agenda.
Second.
For those reasons.
Thank you. Okay. McCarnico?
Thanks, Chair. Well, thanks for saying everything I wanted to say. The chair's a director like that. I'll just say really quickly, this is something that comes up at our village council all the time. Asset management, something that has not been invested in nearly enough for nearly long enough. And just to note that it's come up several times today from both directors and people in the members of the public, that the reserve discussion. We don't have a solid plan for how to plan for our long-term capital reserve plan. So I see this a lot in a lot of ways, like the efficiency review that Connie was talking about. Getting a better, it's our responsibility to manage our assets responsibly. And just like I said about the efficiency review, the sooner the better. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, I had Vandenberg for a second time.
Yes, thank you. Just to add, the only thing to add to the conversation, just clarity. It sounds like one of the things I wonder about is brilliant guy, way he gets going and things are cooking around or moving around really nicely. Oh, I need assistance, I need help, or that sort of thing. But what I'm hearing from you is that, and what I heard from Director Jackley, this is an opportunity to work with the silos, as you referred to them, so that they become subject matter experts and become knowledgeable. So I'm hearing that it's less likely that you're going to create another department, if you will, of this particular person, and then those sorts of things. Am I correct in my assessment from your point of view?
It is not just an opportunity, it's essential that that person works with the departments. Creating a department, no, I don't see that at all, but I do see this not being just as a 2-3 year process. This is an ongoing process. Again, taking the example of our utilities department. 15 years into this, 13 years into our asset management planning process. We are still working on it. We are needing it more than ever. I remind you, the ones that have water systems, the discussions we have around the asbestos pipe replacement piece. We are still having systems that are seeing 10–15% rate increases. We need to be able to explain this. And this is not a one-time, but it's often year after year. We need to be able to explain that, cost it out, show in form of graphs why this is. This is not something we can just stand out there and say, yeah, oh yeah, that's the cost of doing business. We need to be able in community meetings to explain to residents why their utilities rates go from $1,500 to $3,000 over the next 5 years, and what the benefit is or the threat if we don't do this. So this, as I said, that's ongoing for 13 years on the utility side. And I do not believe that will be essentially different with some of our other departments. An ongoing process where we need to close the gap. And financially, there's no way we are able to close that gap in a couple of years. This will be a process. We will be sitting here and have the discussion, what's an appropriate progressive increase to rates to manage that gap? And what is the communication around it? And what other solutions are out there in order to effectively manage these assets? Are there any? And this will be an exchange between that asset management person, between our project managers about the departmental, procurement, very good point, between our departmental specialists and with you as a board and with the public. That's a fairly large field of stakeholders that we are talking about.
So Kelly, it's actually a really good question, but you already have a team. Like you have your procurement now, like there's actually a team in the regional district that can be, this is another member of that team. We don't know how that flushes out over time with the members, like with, oh my God, with Mark in procurement, with AJ in project management, with this new role and new person. So that team is coming together. It's been put together maybe a little piecemeal over time, but that team and that expertise, whether it be Craig in the recreation side, Alex in water, Amy in resource recovery. So you are starting to get this team together with all the right support pieces for it with the, and this is a critical addition to that.
And what we probably should, for the ones that were here when we had that discussion, we had very similar discussions when we spoke the first time about a project management position in this organization. And that was initially on the departmental level. And we very quickly realized, and the board agreed, that this is needed on an organizational level. And meanwhile, if you look, they are managing what, 50 project on an ongoing basis, each of them in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's was the need that was previously not properly identified and managed on the side of the desk by people in the department. And I see that very similarly with the asset management position. Not that you need a department, but that essential piece of creating that understanding, what is looking forward required. We are doing at best right now a 5-year look at our capital needs, but that should go a lot longer out. On our utility side, we are creating asset management plans on a 25 and 100-year level, because the 25-year level alone does not show the asset replacement on a full cycle. PVC pipes right now estimated life 100 years, could maybe 80 years, and I've been quiet.
Very interesting, Uwe. It's very important. Answered your question?
Yes, I'm wondering what you're gonna do now, really though, when you get this new guy. You're the guy that's good.
It might actually be a woman, you know.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
So I had pop up for a second time, sorry, Jacqueline for a second time was before you. Jacqueline for a second time and then pop off.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, the motion was moved
Okay,
by
I'd like to move an
McFadden.
amendment to the motion.
It's not your turn right now.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
Jacqueline and then pop off. Jacqueline.
Thanks. Part of the message I have is if it's gonna be an FTE, we wanna make sure, for what it's worth, take the advice from what, the skill set is broad enough. There's gonna be the asset management, get over this hump and figure this out, and then this person's gonna be useful for whatever we need to fill the other gaps. One of the biggest gaps we have is mundane. It's not a senior position. It's working the numbers, doing all the little bits of math. And that's what staff doesn't have. So whatever that full skill set looks like, that's gonna be an expectation from day one. And the other expectation isn't gonna be that, oh, there's a whole bunch of really other managers like Craig, who's just gonna feed me the stuff and wait for land on my desk. I'm a little cautious. We're gonna create a mini empire, as we're department. As for priorities, we are so siloed. Our priorities will be set, whether we think it elsewhere, in any other way, by risk management reports that say, we're at a crisis point. And then we'll either have policy, and as Lidstone suggests, protect yourself through policy from action or inaction, or as the board will say, yeah, we're gonna spend money today. What money you spend is gonna be here and there, and that's gonna be here, here, here. It is siloed, it will be, I don't see the ability of the specialist to be able to provide us that kind of guidance. It'll be through risk management. But if we're gonna do an FTE, let's please start off with somebody whose expectation is they're gonna be fluid, they're gonna matrix management, there's no new empire that this position that she will be reported to routinely by all of her people who are already very busy. That the expectation is fundamentally you're a cog in the wheel to support, not to oversee the asset management, because it kind of reads that way to me. And the comments I've seen, expectation were just do this and not do this. I don't want anybody to expect they're gonna be relieved of their responsibility to have eyes and ears open and be the subject matter expert to manage the asset that they're in charge of. So however you write that up, I'm just a little bit nervous about an FTE that might end up having a lot less to do in a couple of years.
So Popov has an amendment he wants to propose. Do you mind if I get that amendment on the floor?
Sure.
Because that's gonna generate a whole other conversation. You will get to speak again. Amendment.
Yeah, basically, the same recommendation, but instead of permanent for a 3-year term with option to renew after 3 years.
So that's a proposed amendment. Is it seconded?
Doing friendly amendment,
No,
That would be a term, not a 3-year term.
3-year term. That is the amendment.
Yeah.
I'll second it to see if anybody's been like.
Okay, so on the amendment, does anyone want to speak to it?
And if I may,
Yep, briefly, go ahead.
you know, like I mentioned before, I have done asset management. The hardest part of asset management is setting it up. And if we can't set it up in 3 years, or she can't set it up in 3 years, we fired the wrong person. To set it up, I believe our managers have the expertise and we have the staff expertise to continue it on once it's set up. And that's the reason for to hire a full-time permanent employee. I mean, I'm talking about a full-time 3-year term with option to renew. To hire the if we are able, you know, asset management becomes very easy to manage. Now we've got an employee that we might have to reassign different duties to.
Sorry, Anthony, check, you got that? Thank you. Paige.
More gonna be a question for staff. My concerns are, how does this impact recruitment when we're looking for someone? Does that change the price point that we would be looking for upfront, aka increase it because this person will be a temporary contract and they won't have that longevity? Those are my 2 biggest concerns about the impact of making that kind of change. And finally, I think what I've heard and seen around community services or recreations, I don't think the need will go away for the person, but there'll be a big project up front, as Jacqueline was saying. And the scope of work may change afterwards, so in some cases that makes sense. But is it gonna cost more to do it for shorter to address that? And
Can I ask our human resources manager to answer that one?
Oh, sure, whoever is best.
So through the chair, speaking specifically to the recruitment piece, I think, Deb talked about it in the presentation this morning, our challenge is not finding applicants right now, or our applicant pools are deep. But the challenge is getting them here. If they're not in the area right now, there's not a lot of housing available for them, so trying to find somebody who can be here and to find something on a temporary basis like that, we particularly have a challenge. Just haven't been successful.
Yes, go ahead, Lee.
Sorry, it's in relation to both of these questions, both from Derek Tackman and yours. The position from his qualifications is probably closer to a project manager than it is to somebody that's just a numbers person. So in fact, when we internally talked about that position, there was discussions with AJ that I had is, should that person potentially be 20% project management and support that? Is 80% enough? If we, after various discussions about what that position is, we landed on a sole asset management position. But if there's really a concern that the workload goes significantly down, that is an area I could see that position supporting the asset management. The project management tool.
Answered your question? Okay, so we're still on the amendment. Further discussion on the amendment.
In your cost. I think if it's temporary, is it gonna cost more? Temporary.
Go ahead, Connie.
Different share, I mean, we administer our compensation the same, whether it's temporary or it's contract.
Right.
The benefits are slightly different, but it's slightly less.
Okay.
Okay, further on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Sorry, going back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Amendment fails. Go back to the main motion.
All the questions.
All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Those opposed? No opposition? Okay, motion passes. Good work. Thank you, Uli. Sorry for cutting you off.
No.
It happens.
Quick comment.
First.
Yeah.
Can I make a quick comment? I think we just undertook 2 really big steps today. And I would like to say thank you to the staff who have been working toward both of these new positions. We are a really large organization and we're teetering on the edge of losing control of it. So I think that these 2 hires will go a long way in helping us
Thank you,
figure out
Director.
things in.
So we're at director's reports. Do we want to do director's reports or do we want to, I see shaking heads. And, sorry, so you refer? Oh, Director Davidoff's motion. I'm so sorry. I told myself I wouldn't lose sight of that. Stuart, you have that motion.
I sent it back, no, he's not.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, Director Davidoff. I haven't seen it, so my apologies.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't sent to all the directors then. It's very straightforward. Stuart, can you read it?
No, you need to read it, Director
I need to
Davidoff.
read it. Okay, just hang on. I gotta bring it up. Sorry.
Remember, Stuart's not a director. He's staff. He doesn't do motions.
He's almost like a director.
Well, clear line. Go ahead and read the motion.
I got it. Okay, just hang on. Here we go. So this is that the board directs staff to review the information technology resource needs of the RDCK in light of the town of Creston no longer contracting IT services from the RDCK. And Angela, do you have that?
I do.
Okay.
Is there a second on that motion? Popoff has seconded it. So right off the bat, I'm just gonna ask, what kind of IT review are you looking for? That's extremely vague.
Yeah, I think we leave it as sort of for the staff to look at IT resource needs.
Folks, I'm sorry, but you're all packing up and I cannot, we're still working here. Sorry, go ahead, Davidoff. I know Tierney has to leave. Sorry, Davidoff, there was a lot of kerfuffle. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so basically what we talked about is that, you know, you lose a contract, do you reduce staff? So that's one option. So it was determined from the discussion that no, we don't want to do that because that has unintended consequences. But when you rehire IT staff, you should be looking at, do we really need this a full position, or should we have a reduced FTE? That's all we're asking staff to do. And I think the CEO explained it very well, where they looked at the building inspection department and the hiring for that with those two positions. So it's just a direction to staff to review their IT needs in light that they no longer have this contract. So is this a efficiency opportunity and a cost reduction opportunity to hire less than a full position? That's what this is all about.
Director Lockwood.
Thank you, and to my fellow director, I think that we've heard today multiple times that, that staff does do that. That's why we didn't hire the two building inspectors. And I'm not sure that's not gonna bite us in the butt in the end. But I'm not sure what would be the point of this if we're already doing this within house.
Thank you.
Is that a question to me, Chair?
Director Davidoff, no, it's not. We'll put you at the end for the close as per usual. So thank you very much. If you could mute. We always have you at the end for the close. Thank you. Cue it.
Through the chair to, yeah, it was, I might be mistaken, but the contract ended, it ends in 2025. Okay, all right, and,
Thank you. I'll just, note the clarification I heard earlier from Dwayne was that I believe, was it 50,000 was a flow through, so that wasn't actually an expense on our end?
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, it's the numbers somewhere in that range. It is some flow through licensing. So there'll be some reduction in cost. We don't have that final number figured out yet. It's probably somewhere between $30,000 and $50,000. Just looking at our IT budget itself, it's $2.4 million. So $150,000 reduction in costs is spread out over. I mean, we are looking at that. It's spread out over that whole spend. So it's not just that whole 150 is, or even that 100 is attached to one person doing work. It's a whole level of resources that apply to that. So we are reviewing this this change. So I mean, we wouldn't be against it. That is a process we're doing right now, and we are discussing with Creston potential other opportunities once this contract ends as well.
Okay, so you are already doing this.
We are doing it.
Okay, thank you. Dumas, go ahead.
Just listening through the whole meeting, we are about to do an operational review. And so with the human resources, and so this just seems a little bit redundant, considering it's going to be a whole new one.
Right, and we have this Ruby's doing it. Further discussion before the close, just looking. Okay, on the close, Davidoff, go ahead.
Yeah, the management made it very clear that the 7 positions still would remain, that the work was not that big a deal, yet it was a substantial contract. And I think we need to remind staff and direct that when we have a reduction, when we lose a contract, that we look at this review. That's what it's there for. So support it or don't support it. It's up to each board member.
Thank you. All those in favor? 1, 2. Those opposed? Motion fails. Thank you, and we know it is occurring regardless, so good stuff. We do need a motion to refer verbal reports, do we not, since they're on the agenda, Ange? Or will they just automatically show up?
They're standing items.
They're a standing item, so.
Yeah, they're standing, so they will show up next month.
So we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. So the executive in between the conversations today has gone through a couple dates to look at a second budget meeting. So there's only 2 days actually potential. So I've asked Christine to do a doodle poll for you. I think if we're going to do that, we didn't refer anything from today, but I do want to acknowledge that, of course, we dropped a budget day from our general process. So I think what's really important is not only do the doodle poll, but consider what items you might want to be reviewing. So we do have the conversation around, I see it, McFadden, reserves that Director Page raised. So that's one that we could provide some feedback to staff on. We don't want to create an agenda just to have a meeting. Do note that when we have these meetings, they are not cheap for the organization. So we want to make it constructive. The other thing I was going to note is do not forget your own service. Just email it into Evan Stewart. What do you want to do with it? Sub-regionally, if you don't have a sub-regional committee, talk to your partners in advance. Do not throw something on the table the day of budget where your partners are not aware of what you're doing. That makes a very difficult conversation. And then yes, McFadden, go ahead.
I was just propose that we actually don't do another one. We got for a whole agenda, which was what our budget was, and it does cost us hundreds of dollars per director every time we do this. And so we made through everything we were planning on making through today. The reserve conversation is not something we need to have for this budget year. We're not changing them at this point. And it's something that's integrated into a lot of things we've already talked about today. So I think that's gonna come out through this flush out through this year. So I'd actually propose that we cancel having another one to save ourselves some money and time, since we made it through our whole budget presentation today.
Can I take an informal vote just so that I know? All those in favor of having a second budget meeting? Oh, wow. This was what I asked. Okay, then let's not do it. But please, what's really critical is do your planning in advance. The difficult thing is that the March board meeting is the meeting that we approve this budget. So this ability is quite tight. Lockwood.
I know that, I believe that Salmo is the only one that's had their community, Salmo and REG. It's the only one that's had their community budget meeting. If there's any discussion on anything other than something that we're all sharing, why isn't it happening at those meetings?
How do you mean? Like the public budget meetings are not board meetings where we can make motions. They're public meetings.
Right.
So what are you talking, sorry, I don't understand your question.
I guess, so maybe Salmo and REG do it differently, I don't know. But we sit there, the public comes, Yev comes, presents to everybody that shows up. And then we hear if there's anybody in the public that they say, oh, why are they getting this? And then we discuss if we're gonna keep something at that or raise it or.
So essentially what you're doing is what a shared services committee would be doing in a formal setting. You're doing it in an informal setting because you and Cunningham, are right there. And that's what I mean by when you have a shared service. Generally, services committee would be the one where you would do that. You don't have that. So as long as you're communicating with your partner and you're both in agreement, you can do what you're doing.
Okay.
It just doesn't work for everybody that way, and it depends on the service. Like at our public budget meetings, we can't go and say, you know what, we're gonna slash transit, but not have all the participants.
Right. I'm just talking about the ones that are at that meeting.
You can do that. That's the critical rule, is that as long as, like, if I send a request in to change a Castle and D shared service, Mayor Hewitt has to be on that, and she has to be either in agreement or disagreement, whatever that is, but I can't do that without her. Make sense? And sorry, Hewitt, I thought you were leaving and I missed you. Go ahead.
I was just to be re-recognized.
Okay.
Thank you through the chair. I would just like to request that staff incorporate the changes that have been made today and email the documents out as soon as possible so we know what final numbers we're looking at, and so that directors have guidance if they're looking at making further recommendations, and they could perhaps be incorporated into the budget or into the agenda for the final budget meeting.
We're good with that, yeah?
Yeah, that would be draft 3.
Draft 3? It's right on schedule, it's just a different timing. So that didn't make sense.
No.
It's the same, but different.
We usually have had that. We've just changed the schedule on which we do that. Okay, everybody good? Do we want to adjourn? Anything else?
Yeah, so sure.
All right, happy Friday. Good work, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.